Mayor, we're just waiting for our interpreter to join us online. Okay, we're just trying to get the interpreter over. She's in, but I don't see her name. It's Teresa Diaz.
TD? Is she in STD? How are we going to get a question?
Oh,
She might be in STD. You want to see if that's it?
It's a phone call.
Moved her already?
No, I haven't.
Oh, she'll monitor Q&A.
No,
We don't, right? I don't see her in there then. She said, good job.
I thought I needed you to come here, but no, I don't. Okay, sorry.
Paul, did you see Paul? She's not there anymore. Oh, she raised her hand. Oh, yeah, she raised her hand.
okay.
Move her to promote the panelist?
Yes, please. And then we'll move forward to the interpreter.
Thank you. So sorry about that. It's my husband's last name. I keep changing it, and I don't know why. It seems like I have to change it every day. I apologize. Sorry.
No problem. You are all set. And let me just, Madam President, if you could just read the notification that interpretation is available.
No,
Buenas noches. Si necesitan interpretación, por favor presione el botón de interpretación en la parte baja de la pantalla.
Mr. Mayor, we're all set.
Thank you, Dr. White. Before I start the meeting, I just wanted to note that Ms. Rivera has been approved and is starting her new term. And I'd like to swear her in again right now as she starts her new term. And so if you could raise your right hand, and just want to make sure that we're in this process. If you could repeat after me. I, Yesenia Rivera,
I, Yesenia Rivera,
solemnly swear
that
I will faithfully and impartially
I will faithfully and impartially
perform the duties of member of the Board of Education
perform the duties of member of the Board of Education
to the best of my ability
to the best of my ability
and according to law,
and according to law,
and that I will at all times
and that I will at all times
strive to use the power entrusted to me
strive to use the power entrusted to me
as such officer for the best interest of the city.
for the best interest of the city.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you for being willing to serve again.
Thank you.
I'd like to note for the record that we have a quorum, and I'd like to call the meeting to order. Mr. Conway, would you be willing to do the Pledge of Allegiance for us?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Think a little bit more deeply about what that all means since last week. As per the charter, I, as mayor, preside over the first meeting of the year until the officers of the Board of Education, president, vice president, and secretary are duly elected. And so I'd now like to call the meeting to order, and we'll now move forward with nominations and a vote. So I'd like to open the floor for nominations for president of the Board of Education. And I see Dr. Joyner.
Mr. Mayor, I nominate Yesenia Rivera for president of the Clayton Board of Education.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Is there a second? I see
Second.
Mr. Wilcox seconded. Any discussion? Are there any other nominations for president? Any other nominations for president? Okay, so I'd like to call the vote for president of the board. Mr. Golson?
Would you entertain discussions since the nominations are closed?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Madam, Mr. Mayor. I have been deeply disappointed, as everyone knows, with the leadership that has led this board over the last year. This failed attempt at this investigation of me, which was proven to be an illegal event from our attorney, an email from our attorney today, just proves what I've been saying for the last year, is that this leadership is inept, and that not listening to your other members and engaging your other members in conversations is the wrong way to lead a board. So I will respectfully vote against this nomination this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Are there any other points of discussion here? Dr. Jackson MacArthur.
I just would like to say that over the year, there have been some decisions that I felt were not inclusive of the entire board, kind of disappointing. One of the specific examples is around, I don't know if we're going to discuss it today or not, around the opening of the schools. I found out by media. You know, those are the type of things that are really concerning. While we may not have to vote on it, something like that, I think should have been a discussion. It should have been, we should have been able to talk about it. I felt that it was a non-inclusive leadership style that I've seen over the year, and it's been, it has not been very inclusive. I hope that this next year is better than last year around meeting management, being more inclusive of the entire board, despite if there may be people that don't agree with you. While I know that the vote is there, I too will vote against this slate, but that does not mean I will not work with everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson MacArthur. Are there any other comments? Mr. Conway?
Yeah, I'm concerned about just the whole process, specifically communication with each and every board member. I too will work with this board. And one of the things that I certainly have to do, that I was charged with, is have this board have a retreat. Mr. Wilcox and myself, I hope we do that early. And I know the votes are there for Ms. Yesenia to be president, but I too will vote against this.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Are there any other comments? I'd like to, Mr. Golson.
Yeah, one other comment that I forgot to mention. I think it shows a lack of leadership when a board member who has a conflict of interest votes on an item when that conflict of interest is repeatedly pointed out to them. To vote to open the schools when you have a financial interest in schools opening is unfair to the constituents of this system. They should have a vote from someone who is unfettered. It doesn't have those kind of connections. So, also, well, I'll make those the later comment. But yes, that's my my final comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll proceed with the vote. Dr. Joyner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Rivera, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Conway, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Dr. Jackson MacArthur?
No.
Mr. Goldson?
No.
Mr. Fiore?
Yes.
Ms. Aruna?
Yes.
And I am a yes. So of the voting members, this item passes. Congratulations, Ms. Rivera, on your reappointment as president. I'd like to
Thank you.
open the floor for nominations for vice president now. Are there any nominations for vice president? Ms. Rivera, is
I nominate Mr. Wilcox for vice president.
there a second? I see Dr. Joyner.
I second the nomination.
Right. Mr. Wilcox having been nominated and seconded, are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Okay, so I'd like to close the floor for nominations. Is there any discussion on Mr. Wilcox as vice president? I see Dr. Jackson MacArthur.
I probably will say this 3 times tonight, but I'm looking for a inclusive management and board leadership this year. I'm looking for our meetings to be a lot more streamlined, and I'm looking for inclusivity and for everyone, everyone's opinion and everyone's comments to be used in our decisions. And I'm hoping that we as a board with maybe a retreat, as Larry had said, can work things out. We have a lot to do. We have a lot to do around, as Ms. Rivera had said to me earlier, around getting these kids back to speed as far as catching them up if they need to be. And I just want all of this to be inclusive and not finding things out by press. That has to change. So that's my comment here. And I too will vote against this nomination.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson MacArthur. Any other discussion on this? Mr. Goldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Though Mr. Wilcox has been a little more fair and some of the votes he's taken, I think he's actually driven this board in a direction several times that allowed us to not get in more trouble than we've been getting into. He's been open to listening to some of these arguments. At the end, he is part of this leadership, and he has supported most, if not all, of the misdeeds of this leadership. And I got to tell you, to have almost half of your board kept out of the loop, to not talk with, to not have conversations with, and then vote to stop those conversations from happening at the full board. He's been a part of that process. So in the end, this was a little more difficult for me, but I'm going to have to vote no on this nomination also.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Is there any other discussion on this item? Mr. Conway.
I have the utmost respect for Mr. Wilcox. I talked to him. I'm on several committees with him. But again, the whole open process, each and every board member has to be spoken to. And for that reason, I'm going to vote against Mr. Wilcox's position. And I know he has the votes.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Any other discussion on Mr. Wilcox.
I'll just say I hear the criticisms of my colleagues and I will take them to heart. And thank you for sharing them with me. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Any other discussion here? Any other discussion? So let's move forward with the vote for Mr. Wilcox as Vice President of the Board of Education. Ms. Rivera, how do you vote?
Yes.
Dr. Joyner?
Yes.
Mr. Goldson?
No.
Mr. Conway?
Nay.
Dr. Jackson MacArthur?
No.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Mr. Fiore?
Yes.
Zaruna?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So of the voting members, there are 4 and 3 nays. So congratulations, Mr. Wilcox. You are re-elected as the Vice President of the Board of Education. And finally, I'd like to open the floor for nominations for Secretary of the Board of Education. Are there any nominations for Secretary? Mr. Wilcox.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Joyner.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Wilcox nominated Dr. Joyner and Ms. Rivera seconded. Is there any discussion, or are there other nominations for Secretary? Any other nominations for Secretary? Any other nominations for Secretary? Okay, so I'd like to close the nominations. Is there any discussion on Dr. Joyner's nomination for Secretary of the Board of Education? Mr. Golson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Same issues, lack of inclusivity, certainly conflicted with the issue of his children working for the system. I just think that goes way above what we as board members should be allowed to do. Quite frankly, ever since the duel, I have been literally afraid of having an opinion on this board. So I certainly do not support this nomination, and I will be voting no against it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Golson. Any other discussion? Dr. Jackson MacArthur.
Thank you. And of course, this is not against Dr. Joyner, who has specifically, because he has been very helpful to me and we do work together. This is about the overall leadership of this board, the lack of inclusivity, finding things out through the press. Also, there are other things that I think bringing them up would be kind of petty. I won't bring them up, but we need to focus on just inclusive leadership and take the politics out of it. My people are everyone in the city, not just one section. So I think we have to really focus on how we can come together and better, as a group, lead together on this Board of Ed. So I will have to vote against this nomination.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson MacArthur. I see Mr. Conway.
Mayor and Madam President, as you could see, the divide is clear, very clear on this board. We really need to resolve this. I have the utmost respect for Dr. Joyner. On this one, I'm going to have to say nay simply because of the divide, and hopefully that this will drive us to retreat, get this together, get our rules together, get our Roberts rules in order. Get rid of this, get rid of the whatever political stuff that's going on this board, and move this board forward for the people and the children and the families of the city of New Haven. And so for those reasons, until we're able to all get on the same page, talking to each other, regardless of what each other has to say, not battering, but talking like professionals, I'm going to have to vote no on this nomination as well.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Is there any other discussion here? I'd like to say something myself. I don't see politics. I don't see any inappropriate behavior that folks are mentioning from any of the three individuals that have agreed to step up here. And am disappointed at some of the accusations. I agree that there's a lot of work that needs to be done for everyone to work better together. But the three individuals, in my strong opinion, I've seen them work over the past year, work very hard to be inclusive. And Mr. Goldson.
I didn't know I was
Mr.
unmuted.
Goldson, I didn't laugh when you said anything. I believe they are working as best they possibly can under one of the hardest years this city has ever seen to ensure the best interest of the students, and feel quite strongly that the evidence is not in that direction. And I agree that we have more work to do, but I think that's about all of us, all 9 of us. Mr. Golson, you had a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really didn't want to get into this, but you were the one who raised it by saying that, making the comments that you made. Quite clearly, there are conflicts. One of the board members' son, who works for the school system, was in an accident with a minor, and that is not being investigated whatsoever. One of the other board members runs a business in the school system, gets free services from the school system, doesn't give a dime back. That is inappropriate. And quite frankly, at almost every issue that we have discussed, other board members have been called by the board chair and have had discussions with the board chair about those items. Several of us, including me, I can tell you personally, I won't talk about anybody else, but I have not gotten one call from this board president about any issues that we are discussing. I've asked to put items on the agenda, and I have been denied that opportunity. I've tried to raise issues on the agenda, and I've been denied that opportunity, the same opportunity that you have been given, Mr. Mayor. When items weren't on the agenda, you were allowed to raise them as resolutions. I have not been allowed to do that. So yes, you see it a different way. You certainly do, because you have the privilege. You have the privilege to see it a different way. You're being treated very differently than several other board members on this board. So to suggest that you haven't seen it means that you have your eyes closed, because everybody else out there sees it. We hear the comments at every board member meeting. We hear the comments after the board meeting. We get the emails and the text messages from people that are saying that was wrong. So if you don't see it, you should open your eyes and start looking, Mr. Mayor, because it exists. Just like it exists on a state level and the federal level, it exists here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Dr. Jackson MacArthur.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker. As a physician, the one thing that I don't do and what we're taught not to do is to take what someone says and negate it, because you can't tell someone how to feel nor perceive. I think it is personal. We are all professionals here, and we are all, I think, allowed to have our own opinions. I don't think that anyone here accused anyone of anything other than we need to do better. Mayor Elicker, I feel that the accusation that people were accusing was taking how 3 board members feel and somehow minimizing that. I don't think that should have happened just now. But like I said, I will vote against this nomination, and part of the reason why this vote has been 4-3 down each position is because of this, because of what just happened. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Wilcox, for saying, hey, I hear what you're saying, let's work it out. And that's his style, and that's what I like. So I want to thank him for that, and not turning it around and accusing of other people of accusing. So I want to see more of that. And I think that we will be able to get over a lot of this with more of listening and accepting some things. Because there are things that could have been said today that I believe would have been petty. I think they would have been painful, and they would have been counterproductive to what we really need to be doing. So that's why I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I want to work with everyone. We need to work with everyone, but we need to let it be known to our board members and our city that we have a lot of work to do. And that's why there is a 4-3 vote for each one of these. So I'm going to finish with that.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson MacArthur. Mr. Conway.
Yeah, and you know it's interesting, Mayor Elicker, in all due respect to your position, we had a training today, and it was a courageous conversation, and I sat in on that. And the very, like I'm coming to this right now in a very emotional way right now. And but I'm going to think through it. That's why I'm going to work with the board. I just want to let folks know where I'm coming from. And we do need to. I agree exactly with what Dr. Jackson has said. We cannot minimize. I mean, I'm not going to attack. I'm not going to go after people's character. But there's a problem with communication on this board. Us talking to each other. Because it clearly seems like that. We're clearly divided. And I want to work with the whole board. I really do. So. Congratulations to new members, and let's move this thing forward to the new terms. Congratulations to each and every one of you. Let's move this thing forward.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Is there any other discussion on Dr. Joyner as secretary? Any other discussion here? Any other discussion? So let's move forward with the vote. Ms. Rivera, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Mr. Conway?
Nay.
Dr. Jackson MacArthur?
No.
Dr. Joyner?
You're muted, Dr. Joyner.
You're muted, Dr. Joyner.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Goldson?
No.
Ms. Aruna?
Yes.
Mr. Fiore? Mr. Fiore, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said someone else. Yes.
Thank you. The voting members voted 4 in favor of Dr. Joyner being reelected as secretary, 3 against. So congratulations, Dr. Joyner. Thank you to all 3 of you for being willing to serve for another year. So with that, I will pass it over to Ms. Rivera, the president of the Board of Education, to finish the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker, and thank you to my colleagues for electing me as board president. I would also like to thank the Board of Elders for approving my reappointment to this board. One of the first things I'll be looking at is the committee assignments. So please give some thought to the committee you'd like to serve on and let me know by next Monday. I expect to be making decisions and announcing committee members at our next regular meeting. Also, we need to schedule a special board meeting to finalize the discussion around the Tinley, Renahan, and Doss report and other documents that we've received from council. And I'd like to do that within the next week or so. So if you have dates that you absolutely can't make, please let me know as soon as possible. And that said, let's move on with our agenda.
Madam President.
Yes.
Just because some people have been kicked off, and just for the public to know, this is available on youtube.com, New Haven BOE TV. So I'll put up a slide again. And so if you could pass it, if anyone's reaching out to you about getting into the meeting, you can, it's streaming again here. Let me pull it up. Just because we are at capacity.
Okay.
And it'll be in the chat to pass out to anyone else. So if anyone in the public needs to share this to anyone who's trying to observe the meeting and cannot, it is at youtube.com/New Haven BOE TV.
Thank you, Dr. White. Okay, so the next item on the agenda
Madam
is
President,
Mr. Golton.
just a quick question about that last announcement that was made. Why don't we automatically put this on our agenda and website when we announce these meetings about the YouTube page in case we do get overflow? Is there a particular reason why we don't? Does YouTube cost us more money, or what's the
Not
deal there?
Not sure, Dr. White.
There was no reason when we anticipate that the meeting is going to go over the capacity for the room. We always have our YouTube channel to turn on to have the meeting broadcast there as well. It's the same for any board meeting, can be posted, automatically streamed and recorded there. So if the board desires, it can always be posted there. It's a board decision.
Thank you, Dr. White. Mr. Golton?
I don't understand why we wouldn't post it. Yeah, sometimes you're not going to be able to anticipate an overflow like you didn't this evening. So why don't you just automatically put it up there? And if it's not used, it's not used. I don't understand what the argument is against putting it on the agenda and on our website when we announce our meetings.
There was no argument against it, so we can proceed that way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White. Mr. Golton? Okay, the next item on the agenda is the approval of the board meeting minutes for December 14th. Is there a motion to approve? If you're not speaking, please mute yourselves. Dr. Joyner,
Motion to approve the minutes.
is there a second? Mr. Conway,
Second.
any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Mr. Golton,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Conway,
Yes.
Mr. Fiore,
Yes.
Ms. Aruna,
Yes.
and I am a yes. So that item passes. Public participation, Dr. White and Dr. Joyner.
At this time, anyone who wishes to speak can use the raise hand function to get into the queue. At the moment, we have 30 speakers.
What's up, honey?
Mr. Joyner, you're not muted. Excuse me, Mr. Wilson. Okay, our first speaker is Rebecca Mickelson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Alrighty. So I'm Rebecca Michelson, and the fact that our state and federal governments have not prepared for this pandemic and provided enough support for our constituents' basic needs is unconscionable, as is expecting staff and students to return to in-person learning at a time of record infections, an overworked healthcare system, and a new strain making its way into our state. Sending kids back to school so parents can work is not the answer. People need financial assistance so they can care for children, deal with reduced employment, and prevent local businesses from disappearing. Doing so would mitigate financial stress in an already isolating and emotionally grueling time, allowing families to find ways to support each other emotionally and intellectually until we can safely return to school. The fact that things have not gone in the proper direction from the beginning, nor they seem to be heading that way, is why the pandemic has lasted for as long as it has. Ensuring financial security to encourage people to hunker down would have been the best way to mitigate the still very valid emotional turmoil of social distancing. The fallout from those governmental failures should not fall on educators to fix, and doing so will only further the problem. Appealing to the emotional stress due to a lack of schooling does not change that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Eric M. Hello?
Hello? All right, thank you very much. My name is Eric Baroni. I will be reading a statement or part of a statement on behalf of the New Haven Public School Advocates. Please let me know when my 2 minutes are up. The New Haven Public Schools proposal to reopen schools for in-person learning amid the highest rates of COVID-19 so far prompts deep concern. 2 months ago, public health officials determined it unsafe to hold in-person school with a 7-day average of 22.6 cases per 1,000 residents in the city of New Haven. As of Thursday, we faced nearly triple that rate, 63.7 per 1,000. The public has received no new information on critical readiness measures, such as access to testing and vaccination, building preparation, safety and hygiene supplies and protocols, mechanisms for physical distancing, breakfast and lunch procedures, and transportation procedures. What changed to suddenly make in-person schools safe in the middle of the highest peak of the COVID-19 pandemic, and with more transmissible variant of the virus now circulating? Officials refer to research suggesting that children do not transmit COVID-19 as easy as adults, as well as data that surrounding districts have not experienced outbreaks. Unfortunately, these arguments draw only from part of the still evolving body of research on child transmission, as well as problematic state data. Moreover, studies concluding that schools can safely open during COVID-19 pandemic generally caution that this is only the case when transmission is low. A number of studies also identify a strong correlation between in-person school and community transmission, which suggests that the district's reopening proposal presents a significant risk, not only to New Haven Public Schools, staff and families, but also to our city as a whole. And we are beginning to understand new variants of the virus, at least one of which appears to pose an even greater risk and has been found in the city of New Haven County. And there's research and a fact sheet that has been provided to the board on to support this statement. I'll stop here and let my colleagues or other collaborators take over where I've left off. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jessica Lunt.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Jessica Light. I'm a teacher and I do not want to die. There are studies claiming schools have not been super spreaders. Unfortunately, these studies do not apply to New Haven. These studies refer to communities with low infection rates. Ours is exceedingly high. They refer to communities without the new variant of COVID. They refer to schools with unified plans in place. Within our schools, there are discrepancies. Should desks be 6 feet apart, measuring from the edge, or the middle of the desk, making them closer together? It's been done both ways in New Haven. Some teachers are told all windows need to be open, some only one window per room. Some teachers are told to schedule mask breaks indoors, others only outdoors. How long should mask breaks be? How often? The answers vary. Water fountains are covered and students are to bring water bottles. How often can a child remove their mask to drink? And how long can a thirsty child remain maskless? We've been told we can use outdoor space as classrooms, but then how can we stay connected to our remote learners? After a student reads a book, some teachers have been told to quarantine the book in a bin for a few days. Others are told there's no need. Which is best practices? These decisions should be written into a unified plan. Principals and teachers don't have the expertise to make life and death healthcare decisions. But there's good news. On February 1st, school staff can begin being vaccinated. Why risk lives for a few weeks of a charade of in-person? Where it is unsafe to allow kids to sit facing each other, they must sit isolated on their Chromebooks while I teach them online with the remote learners. I can't kneel by a student and give them individualized attention. The benefits of in-person are negated by the rigidness we are being asked to enforce. Freezing with the windows up, we are going to try to continue the same learning we have been doing remotely, only less safe, and now with the screeching feedback of all of our computers in one room on one Wi-Fi network. The vaccine is weeks away. The end is near. Please do not risk my life for this charade.
Our next speaker, Sean Reeves.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good evening. My name is Sean Reeves, lifelong community resident and parent. I don't feel that the school system should be trying to send any of our students back to school during these times when the COVID uptick is at an all-time high. Also, we have a vaccination right around the corner, which in turn will start to begin to make students and teachers safe. We have a huge list of concerns inside of these low-income communities. A kid gets sick, what do you do? You know, what does the parent do? We already have enough struggling issues as it is, and I understand that we have a lot of parents that are essential workers inside of our community and need extra supports, but there's other ways to find supports to service them without putting a whole bunch of young children who have no type of understanding of the detriment of these outcomes when making decisions that can affect their lives and their families' lives when they return home. So I'm against the school system opening up the Board of Ed or the school for any of our students at this current time. We can wait a few more months. It's not gonna harm us as much as it already has. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Blateau.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. I'm a parent at Hill Central, a teacher at Metro, a Hill resident, and a volunteer with New Haven Public School Advocates. And while I recognize that remote learning is not ideal, why would it be? We're in the middle of a disastrous and deadly pandemic. I want to go on the record to say that real community building and measurable learning is happening remotely in kindergarten at Hill Central and at the high school level at Metro. Teachers, school staff, students, and families are doing extraordinary work. Any implication that teachers are not serving students during this stressful time is false. One thing we can be sure of is that families, school staff, teachers, and community members have not had to worry about contracting COVID during in-person learning. And for this reason, New Haven is wiser and more culturally responsive than our neighbors in Connecticut. We can wait to reopen for in-person learning until the vaccinations are available. Now, I'd like to continue reading the statement from Public School Advocates. Feel free to interrupt when my time is up. Unfortunately, the state also obscures and manipulates data on COVID-19 among students and staff in ways that hinder objective analysis and enable the unverifiable proclamation that schools are safe. Without widespread testing, we simply do not know how many asymptomatic COVID-19 positive children transmit the virus at school in the first place. However, we do know that during November and December 2020, clusters of 10 and up cases were documented in Danbury, its schools in Danbury, Enfield, Glastonbury, Greenwich, Madison, Middletown, New Britain, New Canaan, Norwalk, Norwich, Prospect, Ridgefield, Stamford, Stratford, Waterbury, West Hartford, Westport, Woodbridge, and Woodbury. In addition, there have been 3,918 COVID-19 cases in school staff and 9,212 cases in students statewide. New Haven Public Schools has thus far contributed only about 20 of those. By contrast, Hartford has reported over 270 student and staff cases, Waterbury over 130, Bridgeport over 80. Low estimates that could be up to 5 times more, since the state reports weekly counts in the category of less than 6 rather than actual numbers. How many more contracted COVID-19 at school, were asymptomatic and or never tested, and spread it to their families and communities? And I'll pause there and know that more volunteers will be sharing the rest of our statement, which is also available online and shared with the board members. Thank you for your service.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, could we announce? Could we announce the person speaking and the next person on deck so that we can maximize the use of time?
Yes, that would be fine. Dr. White, are you able to do that?
Yes, I am. The next speaker is Melissa Spell. Person on deck is Jennifer Klein.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Maritza Casanova Spell. I am a parent of a student in career, and I'm also a volunteer for the New Haven Public School Advocates. I'm going to continue reading the statement. Unfortunately, hybrid learning is not a solution as it fails to adequately address families, childcare needs, children's learning needs, or children's social and emotional needs. All students receive less instruction under a hybrid model than under an all-remote program. The need to close school unexpectedly and for varying durations following cases and outbreaks creates continuous disruption and upheaval. Even with a deep bench of inexperienced substitutes, severe staffing shortages force further closures, layering additional stress and confusion atop our general anxiety. The cries of irreparable learning loss also do not account for our system's ability to catch children up academically, as is done all the time with children who have gaps in formal schooling. However, we cannot bring loved ones back to life and don't yet know whether we can resolve chronic conditions caused by COVID-19. Some argue that families deserve choice, yet choice in education creates the mirage of collective benefit when its real meaning is that some people get choice and others do not. In this case, school staff don't get to choose. The people who will interact with students and their families in essential businesses and services that cannot be conducted remotely don't get to choose. And when employers demand that caregivers return to in-person work once in-person school becomes an option, those families lose their ability to choose safety without imperiling their livelihoods. Meanwhile, a higher level of protection is hypocritically reserved for the city staff and Board of Education members rather than retract their protection. We must continue to extend it to as many as possible. We have come this far and are now on the cusp of mass vaccinations, and that will dramatically reduce our collective risk and hopefully enable a safe return to in-person school before the end of the academic year. What's the rush? That was my input. The New Haven Public Schools can make its vaccination plan a priority and allow all staff to the opportunity to be fully vaccinated by March. Why can't we wait? That was me again, sorry. But right now is the worst possible time to compromise our values and buckle under pressure from Hartford. We will never know how many lives the Board of Education saved by choosing to stay remote. But there are people around our dinner tables today who would not be there if our district had followed the crowd. We should retain our independence, prioritize safety and stability, continue to make remote learning the best it can be until staff have the opportunity to be vaccinated, and invest in the partnership, staff, and programs that will serve all our children well on the other side of the pandemic. As a parent, as a community member, I'm asking you guys to consider our teachers as well. You know, they're going to be a big part of this community, and it's a shame that we have gotten this far and we can't just wait a little bit longer for them to be vaccinated. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
The next speaker is Jennifer Klein. On deck, Anne Marie Rivera.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Klein. I live in New Haven. I have 2 children who are in middle school in the New Haven Public Schools. The primary statement I would like to offer tonight is really to see the board, to see the city put all of its political effort and energy into prioritizing the vaccinations now, making sure the teachers are classified as 1B vaccination group or 1C at the latest, and really putting all the pressure and the effort into getting teachers and all school staff vaccinated by March 1st, and then we can reopen school on March 1st. I also think this is where we can try to use Yale as an ally, because Yale has been so much a part of the state's COVID response team and has worked closely with the governor. The second thing I would like to say about online teaching is clearly the teachers have been having to really do a monumental job in carrying out classes online, but they need greater support staff. Again, this is where Yale can kick up some support and kick up some money in a way that actually doesn't cost that much. Providing teachers with paraprofessionals or student teachers or support who can help them use breakout groups online, put kids into smaller groups, and make the teaching more effective, who can provide the tech support to make Zoom or Google Classroom and all of that work better. And finally, to help distribute library books. I think that there are a whole lot of students who have not read any library books since the summer. So please put the political effort into getting the vaccinations done for all teachers and staff by March 1st, and then reopening for everybody, and put the pressure on Yale to do things that simply don't cost that much, but can absolutely enhance the efficaciousness of this online education. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anne Marie Rivera. On deck is Anika Singh Lamar.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm here to talk about the reopening of schools. I'm a mother of a preemie infant born in June at 1 pound 1 ounce who spent 121 days in the hospital. I am high risk and don't qualify for the vaccine. He is also high risk and does not qualify for the vaccine. Do your research, not a I was muted. Hello? Can you guys hear me?
I couldn't hear your comment. You went out a while ago.
It said the host muted me. So can I restart?
Can she restart, Dr. Joyner?
Okay. I am here to talk about the reopening of schools. I am a mother of a preemie infant born in June at 1 pound 1 ounce who spent 121 days in the hospital. I am high risk and don't qualify for the vaccine. He is high risk and he does not qualify for the vaccine. Do your research. Not everyone is able to get the vaccine. I am in the same boat as many other parents with newborns, children with special needs, and children under the age of 2, which is a huge amount of teachers, staff, and parents. With the option of staff working remote and children having the support from these parents, what
Is there something wrong with her phone?
decision was yours and you caused that? Per the CDC, schools need to screen students and staff, clean surfaces throughout the day, practice social distancing while focusing on remaining out of congregate settings, avoiding mass gatherings, and maintaining distance from others, all of which is impossible. The CDC says classes should remain with the same groups all day without intermingling at all. I leave you with this thought. Are you ready to take on those challenges knowing you can't accomplish those tasks and know that lives may be lost? When you go to sleep, walk yourself through a life of a student and you will see it.
She's probably on a cell phone. She's not muted because I don't see the mute sign.
She's muted now.
Okay, I just muted now. She froze a couple throughout the speech. I'll bring you back on to talk. Let's move on to a couple others. I'll bring you back in. Miss Anika Singh Lamar, and then followed by Dave Ciccarella.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Anika Singh Lamar. I'm a parent at East Rock School, and I simply want to thank Dr. Tracy, Dr. Bond, President Rivera, Mayor Elicker for your commitment to providing New Haven students, particularly younger children and those with special needs, an in-person school option. Thank you also for ensuring that our teachers are on that vaccination list. It seems necessary, unfortunately, at this time that I also very quickly relay that the New Haven Public School Advocates do not speak for me. I've attended at least one of their meetings. I was until recently on their listserv, as were many parents in the city. A few months ago, however, via their Facebook page, I asked who their members are, who their board of directors is, how their advocacy and policy decisions are made. I was told that decisions are made by a quote unquote organizing committee, which is
Point of order, Madam President.
Which is not currently open
Point
to
of
new
order,
membership.
Madam President.
Wilson.
This is not an issue. This is not a school board organization, and using this platform to attack that organization is patently unfair. I would hope that we would keep the focus on issues that are before the board and not extraneous issues outside of the board. Thank you, Madam President.
I don't think it's irrelevant, and with your permission, I'll continue.
Point of order, Madam President, point of order.
Dr. Jackson.
Madam President, these comments were focused on people's opinions about reopening the schools. I think that a personal opinion attacking a group of volunteers that's speaking for themselves, they didn't say they were speaking for everyone. They said they were speaking for the New Haven advocates. That doesn't, it includes whoever's part of them. I don't think we should have the public disparaging or putting their personal comments on an organization, whatever the organization. I think that the comments should be about school matters, not about a group in particularly.
Madam President, point
Thank
of
you,
order.
Dr. Jackson. Mr. Wilcox.
The last thing I want to say is just something that they said to me, word for word.
Madam President.
Hold
Madam
on,
President.
Ms. Lamar. Mr. Wilcox, go ahead. You're muted.
I would just like to point out that when we offer a public forum, we invite public comment, and it is there's public comment is relevant. We provided the public forum. Now we have to hear the comments. While I would hope the speaker would connect the comments to the issues at hand, we've also listened to a joint statement read by people of this group, and so I see that it's also relevant. But the key part here is we've provided a public forum, and we need to continue on with that. Unless somebody is going against our board bylaws, which I don't think we have a bylaw in place for this particular issue, and I haven't heard anything attacking this group other than pointing out some of the issues that I've heard from other people about how some of this group is organized. I have no issue with the group, but it seems like a valid criticism for our public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Goldson.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, that group made a statement related to a school board issue or a school system issue, not a statement related to any other organization or any other activity. I'm not suggesting that Ms. Lamar cannot make a statement or make a comment about any issue that's related to the school board or the school system, but to start a intramural fight related to an organization that is not funded by, endorsed by, led by anybody in the school system, I think is unfair. And quite frankly, when I was board president, they came after me harder than anybody. And I still allowed them to participate. I did not allow anyone to attack them or their membership, although I had questions about that. It wasn't an issue that should have come before or been discussed at the board So I think Ms. Lamar made it clear that they don't represent her. And I'm not quite sure if there's anything else to say related to that organization than that. Thank you, Madam President. And quite frankly, I'm kind of thinking to make a formal objection to stop this discussion. But I'm hoping that you do it yourself. Thank you, Madam President.
Mayor Elicker?
We're on a really slippery slope if we're going to be interjecting into people's public testimony. People have 3 minutes, and unless it is very, very egregious, if people are using 4-letter words or very inappropriately discrediting people, that's one thing. But if we start interjecting in public testimony, we're going to have a lot of problems.
Madam President?
I agree. Mr. Goldson?
Thank you, Madam President. I think Mr. Fiore was before me.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to say that I think it would be unfair to not hear the woman's complete statement before we judge whether it's appropriate or not. So I think that we should let her complete her statement before we judge it completely.
Thank you, Mr. Fiore. Mr. Goldson?
Madam President, I don't have a problem with listening to her. I just think that there should be some parameters set as to what she can and can't say. She's about to make she made it clear she was about to make a statement related to what somebody said to her about this organization. That's unfair because one, this organization is not here to defend itself. I mean, it didn't know that it was going to be on the agenda. And secondly, that's hearsay. What somebody said they said to me wouldn't be allowed anywhere. But
if you let me finish, you'll see that it's not hearsay.
Okay, Madam President, that I've lodged my objections to this, so that's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. I agree that we should let her complete her statement. It's a public forum that we've offered the community, and she should be able to speak. So please continue, Ms. Lamar. And Dr. Joyner, would you restart her timer and let her restart so that we can hear it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll start where I left off. The only way to communicate with them is via their Facebook page, and via that page, I asked who the members were, who the board of directors is, and how advocacy and policy decisions are made. I was told that decisions are made by a quote unquote organizing committee, and that committee was not currently open to new membership.
Madam President.
When I asked
Point
who
of
the
order,
current
Madam
organizing
President.
committee was,
Madam
here's the
President.
response I got.
Hold on, Ms. Lamar.
It is
Ms.
not
Lamar,
hearsay.
hold on 1 second. Hold on, Ms. Lamar. We will continue in a minute.
Madam President, how does this relate to what issues that are before the Board of Alders, before the Board of Ed? I don't understand who their organizing committee is, how they communicate. I mean, how is that important to this discussion? Please, because one of the board members, please explain that to me.
If we let her complete her statement, we may find out. Thank you.
Thank you. I was told that decisions were made by a quote unquote organizing committee, not currently open to new membership. When I asked who the current organizing committee was, here's the response I got, quote, because we include employees of the district, we each choose when, where, and whether to identify ourselves. Needless to say, their anonymous organizing committee does not speak for me, nor for the vast majority of families in the district. More importantly, it does not represent everyone's interests. It's not just about who they are, it's about who they purport to represent. I just want to add, based on the conversation I heard earlier during this meeting, that just as I have transparency concerns regarding New Haven Public School advocates, given the platform they've erected for themselves, the conversation earlier today during the officer elections regarding communication among board members raises concerns for me regarding transparency. As I'm sure you all realize, board meetings are subject to freedom of information and open meetings laws. And I hope that when board members do engage in further communication, I heard that there were board members who wished for additional communication from other board members, et cetera. I hope that when those communications do happen, board members are not seeking to communicate outside of those formal requirements regarding open meetings laws and freedom of information. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dave Ciccarella, followed by Jonathan Berryman.
Thank you, Dr. White. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Right. My name is David Ciccarella. I'm the president of the New Haven Federation of Teachers. Many teachers are very concerned about reopening at this time and are overwhelmingly opposed to it. The New Haven Public School Advocates statement dated just yesterday contains several data points and assertions of which we are in complete agreement. Perhaps my biggest concern is the reliance and quoting of data to drive the decision to return. The new data is raw and still evolving. For every preliminary study that suggests it's safe to return, there are an equal number of studies and data points that contradict those conclusions. While we have more information on COVID, it's not nearly enough to consider putting children and staff in harm's way. This board has to affirm, when few others would, to ensure the safety of our students and staff. You have been commended for that by many, and rightly so. Please continue to stand firm in your resolve. The pressure to reopen is enormous. On the other side, many feel just as strongly about not reopening at this time. I'm requesting an updated copy of the original the administrator's building checklist from each school, as well as the 2 reports that have driven the decision to reopen schools at this time. One is the New Haven Building Department's report that has confirmed our buildings have been cleaned, HVAC systems upgraded and maintained to their satisfaction, etc. Secondly, we are requesting the city's Department of Health's full report, also sent to the superintendent, that states it is safe to reopen schools at this time. We absolutely recognize this was not a callous decision to reopen. However, for all of the reasons to return, none of those separately or collectively outweigh the concern for the safety of our students and staff. Please reconsider the decision to reopen on January 19th. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Berryman, followed by Magali Crowley Diaz. Mr. Berryman, you may speak.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good evening to this Board of Education. I am Jonathan Q. Berryman, and I want to commend you for your efforts heretofore to keep stakeholders safe during this COVID pandemic. However, in regard to the opening of the NHPS school buildings for in-person instruction beginning on January 19th, 2021, or any date prior to the availability of vaccinations for all NHPS stakeholders and the community's steady progression toward herd immunity, I stand here to reaffirm what I believe the ancestors have already spoken to your minds, your souls, and your guts. The ancestors on whose shoulders you stand have said, stop it. What ancestors, you ask? Well, those who fought the good fight against bad educational and governmental policy, despite their being considered not white enough, not Christian enough, not English speaking enough, and just too dark to qualify for the high income purchase of privilege on which this board is able to sit today. I am convinced that those ancestors have already spoken to you about this latest proposal and have told you in so many words to have some backbone and to use some common sense and just stop it. They and the power higher than them have warned that returning to the petri dishes that we call school buildings will have dire consequences, particularly since the COVID virus has recently sharpened its ability to attack, ravage, and kill. Make no mistake, the blood of the fallen will be on the hands of this Board of Education, and no amount of sanitizer will be able to cleanse you. Please heed the voices of the ancestors and stop it while you have a chance. On a lighter note, rather than give in to coercive pressures to adopt the monkey see, monkey do, everybody else's buildings are open, yours should be too approach to education that is well rooted in the deficit modeled idea that virtual learning is ineffective, the NHPS would be better suited to take its rightful place as the only district in the state of Connecticut that is positioned to earnestly evaluate the effectiveness of the virtual only method of teaching during this pandemic. The NHPS has invested significant resources into making virtual learning a flourishing possibility, and our workforce has shown its dedication and determination in making it a reality. Not to evaluate our position would be a sacrifice to having significant data the data required to show whether or not in-person learning is more effective than virtual learning. We truly don't know that, but the NHPS has the ability to.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, I see a nod. Great. Okay. My name is Magali Cajigas. I'm a parent of a rising senior at Co-op High School. I'm going to make this quick and pretty much cut to the chase. Only us as individual parents can advocate for our children, not a subset of parents. Only us as parents can sign off on the choice for either in-person or remote learning. I ask those parents who feel strongly for in-person learning to make your voices heard, and students as well, which actually today I submitted 2 testimonials on behalf of 2 students from Co-op, Kiana Weber and Sofia Carrillo. Our voices need to be heard, respected, and acted on. That's my call of action to the parents who are on the line today. And also, with this call of action, no rush, just saying. And we are very respectful of all of our teachers, our staff, and everyone who is out there doing what they can during this remote learning period. But we would like to see the opportunity of learning in-house given to all that choose to be there in-house. Thank you.
So,
Hello?
hello, Charles O'Connell, followed by Julia Von Bloom. Yes.
Hello, yes. This is Charles O'Connell. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm a parent of a child in the public schools. I agree with and support the decision to open the schools. Our children's education should be the first and primary priority of the Board of Education in all decision-making. I'd like to express my trust in Dr. Tracy and offer my belief that those who have been hired or voted in to make this decision have considered all of the extenuating circumstances and data, including the return of almost every other district in the state, and have consulted with qualified experts with degrees in health and education to make this decision. I implore the other parents and constituents of this community to trust the professionals who have been charged with this decision-making and acknowledge the chaos it creates when people who have no responsibility for the outcomes make demands and accusations on the decision-makers. It creates fear, uncertainty, and distrust when right now we need calm, trust, and common sense communication and action. Lastly, it's clear to me that if the qualification for opening schools is dependent upon control of COVID-19 and/or evaluation of whether or not guarantees can be made regarding safety, it will be years before that is the case, and our children cannot afford that. The bottom line is, if other districts can successfully navigate in-person schooling, so can we. Thank you.
Next speaker, Julia Von Bloom, followed by Kate Seebeck, listed as Bakehaven.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Julia Von Bloom, and my daughter is a student at Worthington Hooker School. So many of my concerns have been mentioned already, but I just want to quickly summarize. So I think that teachers have done an outstanding job in online schooling in the last few months. Also, everybody was really powerful and efficient. I think that the opening of schools bears a very high risk, and it will boost the infection rates. Given that the infection rates are peaking at the moment, I I'm against reopening before everyone is vaccinated, and that's just around the corner. The highly infectious SARS-CoV-2 variant B.1.1.7 is now spreading in New Haven, which increases the risk of infection a lot. So we have to protect our children and teachers, and this lays in our hands. Please reconsider the reopening on January 19th. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Kate Seebeck, listed as Makehaven, followed by Charles Winsell.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm Kate Seebeck, and I'm a parent of 2 students. I hope we can all agree that we want to reopen schools successfully, not just open them to open them, because that would be bananas. I've been pushing for schools to open since this summer and have been disappointed again and again. But hindsight and what we should have done then doesn't mean it is what we should do now. Every teacher I have spoken with says that hybrid is absolutely the worst form of teaching, robbing students in person and students who are remote, as a single teacher struggles to engage children in the room and on screens while policing social distance and mask wearing. Where are the supports for teachers? If we want to do this successfully, why not adopt a model that some other districts have, providing a teacher for the remote students and a teacher for the in-person students? In the models presented, my 3rd grader and my 6th grader, should he have the opportunity to return, my 3rd grader would essentially be doing remote learning with a teacher present, all students still on their screens, with a possibility that some of her class will actually be split into an overflow room to accommodate social distancing. So she essentially will be continuing to learn remotely, just in a less safe environment than at home. And my 6th grader, if that moves forward, would receive 2 days of in-person instruction and 3 days of assignments, cutting his learning time more than in half. Do you really believe that these changes benefit either of these students? I'd like to understand how the health data that drove the decision to not reopen in November, but now with all the health data, when all the health data is far worse, when there is a new mutation that is more contagious and possibly more dangerous, when we are possibly weeks from teachers getting vaccines, where is the data that is driving this decision? And why has none of this been shared with families all along? As a parent, I've been left feeling in the dark by the board's continued lack of transparency around school openings. I'd like to be able to trust the Board of Education, but that trust comes from a sharing of information. I invite you to address what additional supports you have put in place for teachers and families so that learning time is not decreased. What notification and backup systems you as the decision makers, not left to the individual schools, have in place for when a student or a teacher tests positive. And as the decision makers, specifically what health data is driving the timing of this decision. Thank you so much for listening.
Hello, my name is Charles Wenzel, and I am the chemistry teacher at New Haven Academy. I am a scientist second, but a teacher first.
What happened?
Can you hear me? May I have my time restarted, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Once again, my name is Charles Wenzel. I am the chemistry teacher at New Haven Academy. I am a scientist second, but a teacher first, and I love my district. I love my school. I appreciate the Board of Education, Dr. Tracy, who have provided great leadership in this difficult time, but I am here specifically to condemn Mayor Elicker and by extension, Governor Lamont. I see the anti-scientific opening of the schools as it stands now as a direct slap in the face of scientific procedures, undermining the 70% immunization rate to slow the growth curve needed in order to buffer us against a further massive and more impactful outbreak. But more important than this, I am not actually worried for my colleagues and myself as much as I am worried for my students. I sit here to accuse Mayor Elicker of genocide by negligence. The fact of the matter is that death is not the only thing to fear from COVID-19. In fact, the long-haul symptoms have shown to have great impact even on the most physically healthy young people. 30% of Ohio State college athletes develop COVID-related heart damage, permanent heart damage after having the virus. They are young people in the prime of their lives who are permanently damaged. Mayor Elker, think about your community and how many are under or uninsured. And think about the lives that you are condemning them through your callous negligence. It bothers me to see people reopening schools not for best practices, for the hybrid model is not the best pedagogy, but instead bowing to economic demands and the interests of businesses and special interests. I ask you again to reconsider this blatantly anti-scientific position and avoid the amount of damage you will do permanently to young people's lives. Thank you.
Our next speaker is V. Horsley, followed by Victor Gavin.
Dr. White, let me just interrupt for a quick second. I see the number of people raising their hands increasing, and we can't listen to public comment all night. We have at the meeting, our meeting business to conduct. So we need to cut off at that 32 number where we are now. What's that last person? I'm sorry?
Minnie Evans was the last person at 32.
Okay. Normally, if we were meeting in person, there's a cutoff time for members to sign up to speak. So that's something we probably should look at in going forward. But we will hear everyone tonight.
Okay. V. Horsley, and then on deck is Veronica Gavin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Valerie Horsley. I'm a parent of a fourth grader at Worthington Hooker and a parent of a ninth grader at Wilbur Cross. My kids have attended New Haven Public Schools their entire schooling. I'm also a scientist at Yale. I agree with all of the speakers that have spoken about how schools should remain closed. We are at a peak of the pandemic that is exactly like the 1918 pandemic of the Spanish flu. The first peak in that flu was smaller and at the same time in March. And if you look at the data, and history can teach us a lot, that it was a greater peak in the second peak. The second point I want to make is that Connecticut and our communities are not closed enough. If you want to open schools, we need to close bars. It's ridiculous that I can go to a bar and sit there with my mask off. We know that the data suggests that that's where COVID is spreading. And the third point I want to make is that the variant that we saw arise in England, because England was also not taking care of the community and closing itself down, viruses mutate quickly. That's why we have to get a flu vaccine every year. The more COVID that spreads around our communities, the more potential for mutations that could make a different virus that could cause problems. So we are being dangerously ineffective at controlling this pandemic. And if you guys open schools, you will be contributing to that. And I am just appalled at the lack of transparency and the lack of information that I have received as a parent. You expect me to send my daughter back to school next week when I have not received a single piece of information about what that looks like and what precautions you're going to take, and you're going to send an email on the night of New Year's Eve? That's just ridiculous.
Veronica Gavin, followed by Carlin Missan.
Thank you so much, Dr. White. Good evening, everyone. My name is Veronica Douglas Gavan, and I am a parent first and foremost. I am the family advocate at the New Haven Adult and Continuing Education Center, a place where young people from 17 to our elders of 70 years old who have already been ignored. They're waiting for answers, and so am I, as a parent and as an advocate. And I applaud our city. I have always been a positive advocate of New Haven as a journalist in this town for more than 25 years. But what I'm asking is for us to open the schools responsibly. I have been asking for months, not only for myself, because my son lives with asthma as well as I do, but I have several students who are parents in this district. I think sometimes you forget about adult education, but when you look at adult ed, they are the parents of the students in schools throughout the district. So they're coming to their advocate. And I'm a strong advocate for them. And I've been reaching out asking, what is the policy and protocol for students with asthma or severe allergies, life-threatening, in fact? I don't want to deal with the rumor mill. I will not bring that back to them. As a journalist, as a mother, as an advocate, I want to bring them the facts. So tell me tonight, if my son, or if Mercedes, Alinda, these are students who are waiting for answers, Roger, Melissa, their children have an asthma attack while they're in school. What is the district's protocol? Can someone please answer that for me so that we can make educated decisions? I can get on the phone and call my pediatrician tomorrow for an appointment, but my students can't do that. They have to wait for weeks to get an appointment at one of our Hill Health Centers, and then I call and advocate for them. We do not have all the answers. We're not saying don't open responsibly. So we can be excited about opening and we can still be the leader, not the followers. What is the answer? Please tell me.
Next speaker is Colin Meinson, followed by Michael Suarez.
Good evening. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Carlin Meinson. I am a proud 30-year veteran teacher in New Haven Public Schools. I love my New Haven. I'm a mother of 4, 2 of whom are in public school currently. And as an anecdote, my children have been through both models, and the hybrid model of learning has been the least effective and least desired of the models. Dear New Haven Board of Education, first I want to thank you for your dedication at the start of this unimaginable school year on behalf of the safety and well-being of our students, families, and teachers. Determining full remote was a very appropriate strategy to protect us from the ravages of this virus. In typical New Haven fashion, you did what was best for our community. New Haven has been a trailblazer over the decades on many issues, and this is no exception. There is no easy answer here, but know that there is no place your teachers would rather be than in our classrooms with our students. The question before us is this the right time to send us in? What is the science informing us? The current spike is the highest we've seen since last March. The numbers today in New Haven are at triple the levels than in November. There is a new strain which is present in New Haven County and showed up in a young person between 15 and 25 years old. Children do carry and transmit the disease. This disease has struck and in some cases killed young people and those who did not have predisposed medical conditions. More recently, there is yet another new strain overseas, which will certainly present a new challenge for all of us. Other districts have had to close because of lack of stat coverage, and will we be able to safely staff every classroom, given the threat of teachers contracting the disease, needing to quarantine due to exposure, or care for a loved one? And finally, can we honestly send teachers back to the building without vaccinating them? Thank you very much for your service to New Haven, and stay safe.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Anna Marie, who was previously disrupted, would like me to read her statement, if that's okay with everyone. Would that be okay? Or I'm sorry. You're on mute, Madam President.
She is in the queue of the people to before we reach the end of this, so she
Okay, I apologize because she said that she might be kicked off again.
Okay, if she has an issue, if we get to the end and she's been kicked out again, then absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Okay, the next speaker is Claire Rowe, followed by David Bianchine. Claire Rowe.
Oh, hello?
Yes.
Sorry about that. My name is Claire Rowe, and I have an elementary schooler, a second grader at Hooker School. And I just wanted to say I loved hearing the man say that he trusted the board to make a good decision. And I wish I felt that way. But we haven't gotten any information about what school will look like. And the numbers continue to get higher. And what I'm hearing is your teacher will teach all the students in the classroom, maybe two groups, we don't know. Your student will sit there looking at a computer. How can anyone trust the board when we're not given any information to make an informed decision? And we can say, well, students get and families get a choice, but we get a choice between two unknown things, and we can't pretend it's not a zero-sum game. Opening schools will probably have a negative impact on the remote education my student will receive. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Bunshine, followed by Tony Pellegrino.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
First, I'd like to thank every member of the board. I know this has not been an easy job, and I'd especially like to thank the mayor. I cannot imagine what the situation would have looked like under a previous administration. I'm the father of two students in New Haven Public Schools and the husband of a teacher. And with two remote learners, I am so ready for the schools to reopen. I even spent the weekend building an outdoor classroom at the school to help create a safer environment. But as we look at the January 19th date, really I have two questions. Why and how? Why open with the positivity rate and daily cases at their highest, doubling by the week? Why open when Yale New Haven is at nearly 90% capacity? And that number came from last week. Why open now with the effects of the new COVID variant completely unknown? Why open now when we are weeks away from turning the tide with vaccinations? And how do we open? I've already made the decision to keep both of my children remote. It's the only decision as a parent I could make because I don't know how the schools are handling their safety. I don't know how lunch works with masks off. I don't know what a mask break is or if there's a district policy on when students can or cannot have masks on. How come so many decisions are being made at the school level by teachers and principals who are not public health experts? And while we look to other open districts for their numbers, how come New Haven isn't implementing the safety measures that other districts have, like plexiglass dividers and temperature checks? How and when are families going to be notified of possible exposure? There haven't been answers. Many essential workers are being asked to remove their clothing and take a shower the moment they get home. What is New Haven's guidance for teachers and students? We had the opportunity to open in September with 100 times lower cases, and we want schools to open, but it just seems wise to wait another few weeks. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tony Pellegrino. On deck is Marianne Maloney. And there was one speaker who was kicked off. He will be added at the end, Dr. Jackson. So Tony Pellegrino may speak. Marianne Maloney is next.
Greetings. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this body again. Last time I addressed this body was in November, supported the reopening of schools at that time. I speak again today to urge for the reopening of in-person education, to thank the public officials that have provided leadership on reopening schools. I say this from the perspective as a parent of 2 New Haven Public School students, as a former New Haven Public School educator, and as a certified infection prevention nurse who now oversees a large part of the pandemic response to the large local health system. To be clear, schools can be made safe from a COVID perspective in the same way that hospitals can be made safe. I say this from the front lines of the COVID pandemic, working within units full of COVID patients. I should add that I have not contracted COVID, even though I've been in close proximity to patients requiring ICU level of care because of their COVID. Simple and widely known PPE protocols, when strictly enforced, work very well at preventing the spread of COVID, even when in close proximity to people that are symptomatically infected. Outside of the healthcare setting, my preschool daughter attends a large daycare center where she is masked all day. There have been a paucity of cases at this large daycare center and no clusters at the facility. As an infection prevention nurse, I will add that the vaccine will not be a panacea in the short term and will not solve all the problems that people have mentioned here in this meeting. All of the PPE protocols that apply currently will apply even after a large percentage of teachers are vaccinated and the rest of the public. Although I'm an infection prevention nurse and not a public health professional, I will say that parsing out which cases noted in public schools are associated with attendance at those public schools is almost impossible. Put simply, the contact tracing capabilities which this would require in large part do not exist throughout this country. In the setting of incomplete data with widespread community transmission, attributing cases to public schools is not a scientific approach. It is a classic mistake to confuse correlation and causation. For anyone besides an expert in public health and epidemiology to state with certainty that schools being open is associated with increased public health risk is clearly a case of conflating these two concepts. To close, thank you for your leadership on reopening in-person education, and please continue to follow the advice of many public health experts on this matter. As I drove home on Grand Avenue tonight, I saw laundromats and barbershops full of unmasked individuals. Bars as well. I saw people drinking alcohol inside of a restaurant on Grand Avenue. With this in mind, how can we in good conscience keep schools and deny our children a quality education because we think this will link to drive the community transmission? Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Marianne Maloney, followed by CJ from Brown and Black United in Action.
Thank you for your patience, and thank you for this opportunity to add a teacher's perspective to the conversation regarding reopening at this time. My name is Marianne Maloney. I'm the Chief Steward of New Haven Federation of Teachers, and I'm an instructor of mathematics at New Haven Academy. May I join other voices this evening in advocating for caution regarding the anticipated January 19th partial return to a hybrid model here in New Haven. In your capacity as caretakers of our city's children and of your employees who serve them, you have wisely delayed a return to in-person learning up till now. You have weighed the risk for our population, more vulnerable than some for many reasons, and you've determined that the health and safety of our community was more valuable than the effort it would take to retool and reform our method of educational instruction. So what has changed in the interim? All students have been offered the technology needed to succeed. All teachers have been trained in the art of remote instruction. All teachers have honed these new skills and engaged their students in a new kind of learning. All students have become accustomed to a new educational model. Students have learned to take more personal responsibility for their learning. Students have learned that face-to-face interaction online can be as good or better than distanced, masked interaction in person. The COVID infection rate in our city has nearly tripled. The vaccine has come close to being a reality. The Connecticut Department of Public Health estimates that phase 1B of vaccine distribution will begin on January 17th, with all school personnel included in the critical infrastructure designation. A new, more dangerous strain of the virus has been identified in our community. All of England responded to this new strain by closing all schools countrywide. Why would we not choose to wait for the vaccine? Thank you.
Our next speaker is CJ from Brown and Black and Brown Action, followed by Claudia Kidd.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. I am CJ from Black and Brown United in Action, and I am here in solidarity with Unidad Latina en Acción, Hamden Action Now, and the citywide youth parent team. And we are collectively representing the Black and Brown communities and demanding that school remain closed until the following is met. We demand that the City of New Haven pays for weekly testing protocol and plans, which is to be included in the reopening plan. This should include all staff, faculty, maintenance, crossing guards, food service, security staff, students, and first student bus personnel. We also request that the New Haven Board of Ed not compare the New Haven public schools with private schools that are opening with strict weekly testing protocols, as parameters for COVID-19 screening differ between public and private school. We demand that the schools not reopen until 80% of the state of Connecticut has received the CDC-approved COVID-19 vaccine. We demand that Ned Lamont offers all students, Governor Ned Lamont, offers all students, teachers, admin, maintenance, and security, food service, bus driving personnel, all who go on the frontline COVID-19 vaccination. We demand mandatory masks for all staff and students and all personnel serving and working at the schools or within the school district. We demand that the New Haven Board of Ed provide a plan of action to protect the Black and Brown students from the attacks on their personal safety in the event of an uprising against these specific students while school is in session, given the recent deadly insurrection that took place at the nation's capital on January 6, 2021. We demand that the New Haven Board of Ed include the public to review the results of the first student transportation OSHA results and safety plan with EPA-approved cleaning products. We also demand that the Board of Ed provide a clear reopening disinfection plan. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Claudette Kidd, followed by Alana Richmond.
Good evening, Mayor Elica, Madam President, and Board of Ed members. I just had a comment really. Basically, is there a way that when people make comments and statements that it can be documented and transcribed and included in the minutes? I've asked this question before, but did not receive any feedback on it. And on a totally different angle, I'd like to commend the teachers who are doing an excellent job, even with their children in the background. They're having to teach their children as well as the students of New Haven. They're multitasking, they're overworked. And all I ask is that teachers be vaccinated before starting back at school, just to keep things safe and keep numbers down. And if possible, have community members or organizations involved in some of the decision-making and planning, as it affects us more than anything, it affects our children. And lastly, I would just like to say, I hope that this year that the Board of Ed, it will be one of respect amongst you all and each other, the way you speak to each other, the tone, the bickering. It's not a good look for someone looking in, like for students looking in, community members, myself. It just filters all the way down, you know, and if we expect our children to behave a certain way, then it's got to start at the top. And all I'm saying is that you just all respect each other and be mindful and mind your tone, and any personal issues, deal with it outside of these meetings. Thank you.
Ilana Richmond, followed by Priscilla Rubio.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ilana Richmond. I'm a parent of a kindergartner and a physician in our community. I want to thank the administration and the board for all their work on this difficult issue. You know, I'm struck listening to the conversation how often this notion of risk is presented in a really dichotomous way, as if keeping our kids home is the only way to keep them safe, and sending them back to school immediately puts them in harm's way. And I think the truth is really somewhere in the middle. And in fact, data bears that out. Data from our own state, for example, suggests that kids are at similar risk of developing COVID, regardless of the educational model. The other piece I'll say about risk and the conversation around risk was mentioned earlier, which is that I don't think we will get to a point where the risk is zero anytime soon. It'll be months before vaccines are rolled out. Even then, they're not completely effective. It may be years before young children can be vaccinated. And so we have a long way to go. And I think we need to start to think about how we can move forward with our children's education in this terrible time. So again, I support reopening on the 19th. I know this has been a difficult issue, but I truly believe that in-person education is the best for our children. And I thank this school and the board for all of their help.
Our next speaker is Priscilla Rubio, followed by Vicky Grubar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Priscilla Rubio. I attended Davis Street Magnet School from 2nd grade to 11th grade. I graduated last year from Co-op High School and am now in college, but I still have a younger sibling who's in middle school that attends Edgewood. I have had so many amazing teachers, and the first person I think of as an incredible example is Miss Light. In order to care for and protect these amazing teachers, we should decrease the risk as much as possible. The best way to do this is by not opening schools until they're each able to take the vaccine, which is only a couple weeks away. The lives of these teachers and students are well worth the wait of the vaccine. Thank you.
Next speaker is Vicky Grubar. Followed by Simone Joyner. Ms. Grubar, you may speak. Simone Joyner, followed by Jason Snyder.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening. My name is Simone Joyner. I have a 2nd grader in Bishopwood School. I'm not okay with my son going back to school. I feel like it's more safer with him going with continue with hybrid. But thank you all for your time and your dedication to our school system. That's it.
Vicky Grubar. Okay. Next speaker is Jason Snyder, followed by Joe Kelly.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Very good. You're going to be saying that phrase to yourself years from now. My name is Jason Schneider. I'm a social studies teacher at Wexler Grant. As you can imagine, it's a very busy time to be a social studies teacher. First of all, as others have said, I would not want to be in your position, balancing the needs of so many, most of them facing significant extenuating circumstances. I recognize that you have a rough task. and respect that you've put yourselves out there to consider this on our behalf. Having said that, going back to school, it's a risk. And I think that we can all agree on it, on that. I think many of us have in the back of our minds, we're so close, and it's a delicate time to make a decision. I've been aware of some of the things that have been said about teachers being selfish, not wanting to work, etc. I think that many of us can agree that that's a pretty inaccurate characterization. Many of the teachers I know work hard, work a lot. It's not unusual for me to text with a colleague at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. I think that's probably true for many of you as well. I absolutely agree that remote learning has been detrimental to many of our students. Having said that, it's also been wonderful for some of them. Some of them love it, that they don't have to deal with other students. They don't have to deal with bullying. They don't have to deal with disrupted classes. They can focus in a way they never have before. Some of the discussions in my classes have been like nothing I've ever experienced with students.
Fine.
Next speaker is Jill Kelly, followed by Jay Sargent.
Hello. I am a volunteer with New Haven Public School Advocates and a member of the organizing team. You've probably heard that there are now 4 new COVID variants, and you probably have read that 2 of them, initially identified in the UK and South Africa, are clearly more contagious, with one spreading more easily in children. That doesn't mean that the other 2, first found in Brazil and Nigeria, are not. No one knows yet. Connecticut isn't doing a lot of genetic testing, but Yale has already found 2 cases of the UK variant in the greater New Haven area. A more contagious virus with exactly the same rate of death means that more people will die because more people will get it. For example, if 1,000 people in New Haven caught the original COVID and maybe 15 died, then maybe 1,700 people would catch the more contagious variant and an extra 10 would die, almost double. It's even worse than that though, because all of those extra cases will then produce yet more downstream cases and deaths. More infections means more deaths and more trauma in the hospitals and more long-term disability. And I just want to inject here that my daughter was going to make a statement tonight. She was going to read part of the advocate statement, and she is suffering from post-COVID fatigue, and she fell asleep for like a 3-hour nap, as happens like several days a week. So the disability following COVID is real. NHPS has a broad strokes reopening plan. It involves all of the COVID prevention basics that we already know: masks, 6-foot distancing, hand washing, etc. Steps to prevent the regular old COVID that we've all been living with. But it's likely that these new variants will require serious modifications to those plans. We just don't know what or how. Will paper and fabric masks be enough? Or will everyone in schools need N95 masks? Will 6 feet be enough? I think the plan still only says where feasible. Or will the new safe spacing be 12 feet? Will one of the variants, please hold off on this partial reopening effort until we know a bit more and have vaccinated more people. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jay Sargent, followed by Lanny Vosen-Gallagher. And there are 10 speakers left. There's been someone moving their hand up and down to put people into the queue. The queue ends in 10 people.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jennifer Sarja. I am an English teacher at high school in the community. And we've been talking about a lot of the unknowns tonight. And I want to talk for a minute. I want to focus on some of the things we do know. The first thing I know is that Dr. Tracy loves our kids more than anything. And she wants them back in school, and so do the teachers, so do the parents. We all want these kids back. We know this. What we also know is that we are a unique community that has taken the stand to say we're not going to endanger our kids until we know how to bring them back to school safely. The only city in Connecticut to do that. We know this. I also know that you guys, when you are working together, are a force of nature. And right now you're in a unique position because today they announced 1B is opening up for vaccines. So my ask of you is, let's put some energy into organizing a mass vaccination of our teachers, but more than our teachers, our custodians, our cooks, our everyone who is in the school system. Let's make sure that this doesn't become another element of chaos that's going on throughout the rest of the country. This is an opportunity for New Haven to once again set the bar. We have Yale and we have you guys. Let's get this done. Everybody wants to go back. If the vaccine is there, I just got an email from Yale saying that they're almost ready to start doing it start inoculating people. It's not a sure thing. We all know that, but let's get this done. I really think you guys have that power. You went to the state, you took them on. Let's do it again. And let's set the bar for all of the rest of the people who are clearly creating chaos when order is what we need more than ever before. Thank you guys very much for all that you do. I really appreciate it. And Dr. Tracy, I love you. And I really do appreciate all that you're trying to do for us. Thanks.
Next speaker, Lanny Rosen Gallagher, followed by Stephen Cousin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Lanny Rosen Gallagher. I am a parent of 4th grade at Hooker. Well, I do understand the drive to bring kids back to school. Like everyone else has said on this call, why would you choose to do this when the COVID numbers in New Haven are at the highest they've been during this pandemic? And this new variant is actually very terrifying to us living in this city when we've seen the numbers coming here. While people have stated that there are low transmissions in schools, there have been 3,918 COVID cases in school staff and 9,212 cases in students statewide. That's too many for me to feel safe sending my child, as well as teachers, back into the classroom. My son is a student who, under the circumstances, is doing okay at home with remote learning. I see that they're set in their routines and schedules, which we know is also effective for kids' learning and emotional welfare and well-being. I teach my yoga and mindfulness program on Google Meet in a few of the New Haven public schools, and I've seen firsthand teachers rise to the occasion and provide an incredible, effective learning environment for their students. Kids work in breakout rooms in small groups, have individualized instruction and thoughtful discussions, and are interacting with their peers. I don't see hybrid learning as a solution. Hybrid learning fails to adequately address childcare needs, children's learning needs, or children's social and emotional needs. The need to close school unexpectedly and for varying durations following cases and outbreaks creates continuous disruption and upheaval. In addition, as many teachers have stated, it will be impossible for all teachers to effectively teach to all students in this format. I fear my child at home will lose the much needed attention from his teacher that remote learning has afforded him. Listening to Jessica Light talk about the disparities among the schools and questions about procedures highlights even more why now is not the time. If teachers don't have enough information to teach and parents don't have enough information to send their kids back, then now is not the time. Please, can we wait until teachers are vaccinated? We should be making it a priority to get our teachers vaccinated now so we can get our kids back in the classroom by March. Thank you.
Next speaker is Stephen Cousins, followed by Kirsten.
Good evening to the board, and I want to say Happy New Year to everybody. I hope that your families are safe and healthy. I want to just give a shout out to the teachers and administrators for all the hard work they are doing, especially around remote learning. But I do want to also commend the parents and guardians, for I know how hard they work in ensuring that their children do log on and try to actually continue with their classwork and their education. Well, on a personal experience, I know my wife stays up to at least 10 o'clock at night working with our 2 children, one in preschool and another 2nd grader at Davis. And I know as bad as we want our children to go back to school, and we've had multiple conversations on it, giving the climate, regarding COVID and where we are, especially during the winter season, we don't think that it's prudent to send our children back. I can only speak for myself as a parent. I cannot speak for anybody else. But given with this particular administration, where we talk about where is the plan, I'm still concerned about the bus transportation system, knowing that there was a cover up in terms of reporting their cases. And I'm also concerned with the decision to close 2 schools, West Rock and Quinnipiac, where a month ago we were assured that all schools were ready to go. And then in the midnight hour, as we would say, they closed down without any discussion. And so I'm very concerned about, there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of variables out there that have yet to be explored. I just please urge this board with caution. Let's make sure we'll at least have all the information and data known possible before we actually can make an informed decision. Thank you so much, and I pray that you have a good night.
Next speaker is Kirsten, followed by Ann Rhodes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Hopes McFadden. I am a teacher at ESAMS and a proud New Haven Public Schools advocate, member of the organizing team. I have grappled with what I wanted to say. I have heard rumors about promotions being offered, attempts to protect family members, and even telling more knowledgeable people to keep their mouths shut if they don't plan to go along with the program. I hope none of this is true, but if it is, you will have your conscience and God to answer to. I am an 8th grade ADA approved teacher who plans to keep my children home. So I know that this doesn't affect me directly. However, it does affect my community, and that affects, and what affects them affects me. We're all in this together. I, for the life of me, can't figure out the public health rationale for opening schools now, especially with the vaccine so close at hand. Even if we all receive our vaccine today, we will still need 6 weeks to get the full protection. And please stop the narrative that returning to school will improve socialization. It will not. It will not be the same and may even be detrimental when children are reprimanded for trying to socialize. Finally, stop insulting all of the educators who have gone above and beyond to give the best education possible, saying that school systems, including private schools, are servicing their children, implying that we have not is downright rude. We are not just sitting on our thumbs. We are teaching and being safe. Keep us safe and the schools closed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Rhodes, followed by Ife Waters.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Ann Rhodes, and I'm the parent of a 1st grader at Quinnipiac STEM. Like many others, I'm alarmed by the timing of this opening. In late October, we received a communication indicating that schools was not open for in-person learning on November 9th, citing high COVID rates and stating that, quote, "we need to follow the science." According to COVID Act Now, as of today, cases in New Haven County are currently at 81.3 per 100,000, and this is considered a severe outbreak. I could reiterate a lot of what has already been said tonight, particularly the lack of consideration for teachers and their families, but you will not be surprised to learn that as a Quinnipiac STEM parent, I have a particular perspective here. The QSTEM and West Rock communities were told last fall that our buildings were safe enough to open, despite the inadequacy of the HVAC systems being well known to many of us since August. Now we are finally being told that the buildings are so unsafe that they can never reopen. This does not engender trust in the insertion that other schools in the system are safe as well. Given what appears to be pressure from the state for all districts to open, I do not have the trust that there is any oversight to ensure sufficient safety protocols are in place. I understand that you are not in a position in which you can make everyone happy, but you are in a position to keep many, many people safer. Regarding communication and transparency, you will also not be surprised to learn that as a QSTEM parent, I have major concerns. I understand that the message that was sent out on New Year's Eve was done so that families and educators would learn the information directly rather than through the word of mouth or the press. However, in sending out incomplete information, more harm was done than good. As a QSTEM parent, I was initially glad to finally receive some truthful information about the state of our building, but within an hour after receiving that message, I and many others had learned through word of mouth that those closures were likely permanent. This was a full 4 days before teachers were informed, and 5 days before parents would receive official word. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ife Waters, followed by Renee DePato.
I want to start off with a quote from Maya Angelou. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. I can't breathe. These words sounds different, looks different, and feels different to a parent caring for a child with moderate to severe asthma or life-threatening allergies. The moment we hear these words, we instinctively react, trying to stay focused, keeping our composure while following the asthma to life-threatening action plan. We unconsciously begin to pray and start planning the what's next, hoping that the what's next is instructing our child to sit down or lay back and relax, not a call to 911, a jab to the leg with an EpiPen, or jumping in our cars, tearing the roads up to get our babies to the hospital because now their life depends on it. I have, and I want the record to show that I have asked this district as well as the board from April 2020, from July 15, 2020, from August 18, 2020, from September 16, 2020, and from January the 5th, 2021. I have asked you over and over again for a contingency plan for the medically compromised children with moderate to severe asthma, as well as life-threatening allergies. At this point of time, for 9 months, you have been in violation of these children who are protected underneath the American Disability Act, their 14th Amendment. You cannot continue to keep putting our children at risk or making parents decide whether or not we should send our kids to school or not, because the district are not thinking about the whole child. You need to think about the whole child.
Our next speaker is Teresa Johnson, followed by Rhonda Rumani.
Good evening, board. First, I would like to comment on the earlier discussion regarding the dissension and no transparency. I'm not sure how Mayor Elicker doesn't see it, because it is clear that there's division and no transparency and a lack of communication from this board. And I'm speaking as a parent. I'm not sure what a school day looks like. We've been told that we would be told what the school day looks like before the children go back to school. We have not seen that. I am not sure what the bus situation is going to look like, because that doesn't appear to be an issue to anyone. How is leaving a child in a gym, in a hallway, in an empty classroom better than remote learning? How will teachers be expected to handle additional duties in the same amount of time? How did Dr. Tracy go from working with the board and working with the community to it's my decision to open these schools? How is it that you can close a school abruptly every other day for 2 weeks at a time? How is that going to be healthy? And that is going to happen under the hybrid model. I know no one can ensure 100% safety. However, I would like to know what tangible changes have been made to increase the safety in the buildings. Our children, staff, and community members health should not be taken lightly. As a parent who has already lost a child and not to COVID, I would rather work with my child and bring them up on their education than to have to risk their health. I can help them bring their grades up. I cannot bring them back from the dead, and neither can you. I think that our health of our children, our students, and our communities, our teachers that are doing a wonderful job should be taken into consideration above everything else. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rhonda Umani. And following that, Michael Suarez.
Good evening, Board of Education members. My name is Rhonda Romani, and I'm a parent at Worthington Hooker School. I understand the urgency of getting our kids back to school, but the way the district continues to provide us with information on the subject has been disconcerting. Over the last year, the attempts to reopen have felt rushed. Every time we have not been given plans or details on how schools will run, and this time is no different. Being informed about this on New Year's Eve was just confusing, and to learn that even teachers were blindsided by this announcement did not help me as a parent feel like this decision was made with them as real partners. Opening for the first time during the worst part of the pandemic without providing the reasoning and detailed plans on how every school will reopen, it's just perplexing. My husband is an ER doctor here in New Haven, and they are getting hammered with COVID every day. And he got his second vaccine today. And I have to say that as his wife, today was a great day for me personally. But I know the stress that teachers are feeling, and we are so close to vaccinating our teachers. And it's imperative that all the adults in our schools are vaccinated. Why are we not waiting until they are? Opening up for the first time in the midst of the worst numbers since this pandemic began does not seem like a good idea. There are going to be things that are not anticipated. The kids won't know what they're doing exactly, and there's no room for mistakes when the numbers are this high. The questions put forth by this statement of the New Haven advocates are important ones, as well as many questions that I've heard tonight from different parents. And what we're asking is to please provide us with the answers to those questions before reopening. It's been an anxious and difficult year for all of us. And please just bring us along in this process. We need a plan for each school and answers to the questions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Suarez, then Minnie Evans.
Thank you, Dr. White. Good evening, Mayor Elicker, Superintendent Tracy, and Central Office staff, members of the Board of Education. My name is Michael Suarez. I'm a parent of a New Haven Public Schools student. I have been impressed by the compassion and commitment of my son's teachers during remote instruction. My family is very grateful to the staff at Benjamin Jepson School for safely providing my son with consistency and academic instruction during a global pandemic that has brought our country to its knees. I understand the challenges of remote learning well, both as a parent and as a proud New Haven public school teacher in my 18th year. During these 18 years, I have had the privilege to get to know many of you. I know you to be good people, thoughtful people with the best intentions. As an elected New Haven Federation of Teacher representative who has served for over a decade, I have had the opportunity to discuss the timing of this reopening plan with teachers across our district. After listening to teachers' concerns, we urge you to reconsider the timing of our school reopening. With COVID-19 infection numbers rising and increased vaccine distribution on the horizon, we ask you, is now the best time to work through growing pains and logistical challenges of reopening our schools? We have concerns about our district's ability to safely staff our classrooms and school buses. We have concerns about the roller coaster of closures and quarantines we will face. We have concerns about the health and well-being of our students, our families, and our teachers. I imagine we all share these concerns, and I respectfully urge you to reconsider reopening our schools until you could gather a consensus built around safety for all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Minnie Evans.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Ms. Evans, you're on mute.
Hey, I'm a para at Dr. Mayo School. We have no windows that open in our school. They're 3 and 4-year-olds. We can't go outside. We can't go to the gym. They have to stay in the classroom for 6 hours with a mask on. They can't play with each other and they can't touch each other's stuff. That's going to be very hard to do. Not only about going back, I would love to go back. I miss my kids. I know what they're thinking about on the Google Classroom when I see them. You know, it's fantastic. And another thing, we can't go back until after inauguration. There's a lot of things going on right now, but we have to learn how to go back into the classroom. How can we? Let's take February. Let's say we go back March 1st. How can we learn how to go back in the classroom where they can sit and say hi to one another and touch each other? Let's get a little closer. It's not only their physical, it's their mental state also. These are babies. They'll be going to school, and I'm just talking about the little ones because that's what I work with. We'll be telling them no all day. You can't walk by a gym with a ball in it and say, no, don't touch. Okay, they can't go to the water fountains. The teachers or the people that work in the building can't even go to lunch. One person in the lunchroom at a time. Or they have to go sit in their cars. It's becoming mental now. Let's learn how to go back to school. We're going to go back. This is going to pass. But how? When it does pass, how will we go back to school? That's it.
All right.
Our final speaker will be James Beauchesne.
Okay. Am I okay now?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm very, very thankful that I'm able to say something tonight. I'm going to be repeating what very few of the callers talked about, which is the positive side of virtual learning. And I want to be very specific about my own experience and the experience I'm hearing from other teachers. It has been an absolute blessing for me personally to be staying with virtual learning, and I hope we do for a while longer. I'm going to be a better teacher in the classroom because of it. Let me just give you a couple of examples. Now, these are not just anecdotes. These are common. I hear it from lots of teachers. One, disruption and misbehavior is non-existent in the virtual world in my experience. When I say non-existent, I mean non-existent. When somebody asked me whether I like teaching virtually about a month or two ago, I kind of whispered to them because I was afraid to say it out loud. I said, I love it. Now, why? One, my students are grateful, unbelievably so. At the end of every class, a large number of students say, thank you, Mr. Brogan, have a good day, have a good weekend. I never heard that from in-class students. Another thing, I'm getting 80% plus the numbers of students who are in the class who don't have a tech problem to turn their cameras on. I know some teachers kind of give up on it, but I'm also hearing that there are a lot of teachers who do well with it. Why am I mentioning that? Hardly because it's a negotiation. I say, keep your cameras on. We have a meaningful discussion where you participate, and I may waive the written requirement for this unit. So I'm also reducing the burden of written work for students.
Time.
And that's all.
Madam President.
Mr. Goldson.
Thank you, Madam President. This process that we had tonight was patently unfair to some people. There are some people that had their hands up and then somehow it was put down, they put it back up again. I've gotten emails from several people about that. This cutoff that you decided to do without any advance notice was unfair to folks that were sitting there with their hands up because the rules weren't set out at the beginning.
And of course, we also reduce people's time to 2 minutes as opposed to the 3 that we used to do when we were meeting in person. I just think we have to do better on how we decide when folks are able to speak. And again, I would like to put on the record that I like to see, again, I'll put on the record that I like to see the times move from 2 minutes to 3 minutes. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. Mr. Fiore?
Before we continue this conversation, may I read Anna Marie's message?
Go ahead. Yep, that'll be the last statement, the last public participation.
I apologize if I stumble over my words, and I quote, "I'm here to talk about the reopenings of schools. I am a mother of a preemie infant born on June 1st at 1 pound and 1 ounces, who spent 121 days in the hospital. I am a high risk and don't qualify for the vaccine. He is highly risk and does not qualify for the vaccine. Does your research, do your research, not everyone is able to get the vaccine. My son does not have the quality for childcare, or qualify for childcare, excuse me. I'm in the same boat as many other parents with newborns, children with special needs, and children under the age of 2, which is a huge amount of teachers, staffers, and parents, without the option of staff workers, remote working, without the option of staff working and remote working, and children having the support and these parents need. What happens to these children? Do we have to leave them to die? Yes, that's harsh to say, but the reality hurts. This is real. So in saying this reopening of schools could put my son's life in jeopardy and maybe yours, could you sleep at night knowing that your decision caused that? Per the CDC, schools need to screen students and staff and clean surfaces throughout the day, practice social distancing while focusing on remaining out of conjugate settings, avoiding mass gatherings, and maintaining distance from others, all of which is impossible. The CDC says classes should remain with the same groups all day without intermingling at all. I would leave you with this thought. Are you ready to take on those challenges knowing you can't accomplish those tasks and know lives might be lost? When you go to sleep, walk yourself through a life of a student and you'll see it's impossible. Are you planning on having someone in every staff and student bathroom cleaning it every time someone comes out? You don't think about this, and let's be honest here. Thank you, and I hope tonight when you sleep, you think about what I said deeply. Remember, teachers' lives matter too. That's the end of the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Fiore. Okay, moving on to students' report. No student report?
Okay. No, not for today.
I do not have a student report for.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Tracy, Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations
to
all the board members who have retained their positions on the board for the next 4 years. Thank you. By that time, I'll be gone. Thank you for getting that. I must say that there's never a dull moment in New Haven Public School, but I'll get back to that. I want to say on the superintendent's report, we have 3 awesome workers who have put in their years, combined 103 years of service to New Haven Public Schools. That's awesome. They've decided this is time to leave, this is time to go and take care of other business and relax a bit after teaching and supervising and all these things. And they are Mr. Roy Rougeau, principal of Columbus Family Academy, Sudi Nicola, principal of Barack H. Obama Magnet University School, and Grace Natman, principal of Celentano Magnet School. These are people who have been working with us, giving their service to New Haven Public Schools for all these years. And we want to congratulate them for all that they have done. And I'm sure if I reach out to them, they will come back to help in some way, shape, or form. So I'm putting that piece in there a little bit. So that's that for those three individuals. And then I'm asking that you accept the superintendent's report.
Dr. Joyner,
I move to accept the superintendent's report.
is there a second? Mr. Wilcox?
Second.
Any discussion? Dr. Jackson?
We accepting the her entire report or just the personnel report?
The personnel report.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Mr. Golton,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Conway,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Mr. Fiore,
Yes.
Ms. Aruna,
Yes.
and I am a yes, that item passes.
Madam President?
Dr. Jackson?
Yes, I just wanted to say something. I meant to say in my other comment that under the retirements where it says Angela Kiley, I just wanted to tell you that she was a wonderful, wonderful individual in the school system. She worked with my daughter and she really, really like took an interest in her. She really helped her a lot. And when I saw her name on the retirement list, because of my personal interaction with her, I was like, wow, that's a big loss. I want to wish her well in her retirement. And I just would like to publicly tell you that she was an amazing, amazing individual in the special education department at Betsy Ross.
That's great. Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Okay, Mr. Golton.
Madam President, wasn't there a fourth item that you added to the superintendent's report? Could you tell me what that is? I don't have that that agenda. I have the one that was sent to us.
Just the update on the partial reopening.
Update. Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Joyner?
First of all, let me thank you for allowing our policy chair to let the public know about the fine work that was done on her daughter's behalf by her teacher. I'd like to say the same thing for Carolyn Ross Lee. I can't say enough about her intellect, her commitment to fairness and justice, and her work ethic. And I, for one, will be sad to see her go. And I just hope she'll stay in touch with us.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner.
And I co-sign that. That is a great law.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Tracy, please continue with your report. If you're not speaking, please mute yourselves.
Was Ms. Lee supposed to be on this report or was on the last report? Anyway, let's move on to the next report. I have New Haven Promise waiting for quite some while, and I'm going to shift what is being done. So New Haven Promise, am I allowed to, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Patricia Melton in here to say her piece, and then we move on. Ms. Patricia Melton.
She's in the name and
I got her.
you got it. Perfect.
I think that was her New Haven Promise.
Yeah.
Is she on, Dr. Tracy?
Yes.
I see her
Yeah,
name.
Patricia,
Yeah, she's there.
yes.
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Oh, there she is. Good evening.
Now, I did have a little PowerPoint that I was going to do. I know we're kind of long on time, short on time. We're late in the night, so I will skip through a couple of things, but Dr. White, are you going to bring that up? Or
I don't have your PowerPoint. If you have it available, you are able to share.
oh, okay. Well, it's going to take me a minute to get it.
The board has a
Is that the packet that we have? The PowerPoint
Yes.
we have in the packet? Okay. We
Okay,
have it
so-
and it's in
okay,
it's
so I can
posted.
just take you through the packet.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam President,
Mr. Bolton.
the board is not the only people that are on this call. There's
right.
There's a lot of other folks, 405, that may want to know what she's going through.
Okay, well, I can show it. I can
Okay.
I can share the screen.
Thank you.
Okay, let me get back here.
It's also posted on the on our website with the packet contents for this meeting.
Okay, can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you can see
Yes.
it? Okay, great. Thank you. First, I want to say thank you for all the work that you all do sitting through this board meeting and the public comment. I was just saying that you all should be commended for your volunteer service because it is a big job. So I want to thank you for your dedication and what you do for our students, parents, families, teachers. It really is amazing. So with that, every year I come to the board to sort of give an overview of where we are with New Haven Promise. And as you all know, Promise was created 10 years ago. Yes, we are in our 10th year anniversary, which is hard for me to believe. And in that 10-year time, we've achieved a lot with our partners, with the school district, the school counselors who we work very closely with our higher ed partners. So I'm just going to quickly go through some highlights, and then I will get to where we are this year in the season. I will say that just to refresh everyone's memory, New Haven Promise is a place-based scholarship that is for New Haven public school students, their families that live in the city and attend the public schools. And the requirements have remained the same for our entire period of time in existence. And that is to students must achieve a 3.0 GPA, complete 40 hours of community service, once again, live in the district, as well as live in the city, have no more than what we call 72 days of high school, which is a 90% attendance record. And they can, if they attend a public college in state, they can get up to full tuition at a public college. And then if they go to a private college, it's a smaller percentage of the scholarship. For those students who go out of state, they can participate in our internship program. And not last summer, but the summer before, we placed nearly 200 students in paid internships, which over 4 years, if a student gets an internship for 4 years, they can make a significant amount of money that really reduces their debt when they graduate from college. Our work really focuses on 3 aspects: college access, really helping to motivate families and students to achieve the scholarship results. We support students once they go to college because this is a renewable scholarship. So once a student earns the scholarship, money is set aside to fund that student for all 4 years. And that's really unique because most scholarships are actually usually just for a year, but this is for the entire 4 years that a student is in college. And then we have a very robust component to keep those students connected to the city so that they can come back and start their careers here in the city if they so desire. So we actually follow students for a fairly long time. In this 10-year period that we've been in existence, we phased in the scholarship with a small amount of money, actually before I came, in 2011, we were just funding a quarter of the students, the seniors, but now we've been in full implementation, meaning that all 4 classes that are in college at any particular time are getting up to 100%. It took us 7 years to get to full implementation. And at this point in time, last year, we really crested the $4 million mark, meaning we gave $4 million out, dispersed to families, students in college. And this year, with the freshman class that are sitting in their freshman class now, that's the high school cohort class of 2020, we are on track to give another record amount of money, close to $4.4 million. So the number of students who are qualifying has plateaued, and we'll talk about that in a bit. But I will say that even with what happened with the pandemic and schools, going remote learning, we still had a good percentage of students who decided to go on to college in their freshman year. So we did not experience any real drop there. This just sort of shows you a little bit more about how that scholarship money is dispersed. Half of it, obviously, over $2.3 million in the fall, and then it drops a little bit in the spring. Most of the students do come back, but there's, some transition in and out. So, that is sort of the good news. Now, just to give you some sense of what has happened in these 10 years that we have been, offering the Promise Scholarship, to sort of remind folks, the reason for the Promise Scholarship was to help reduce debt and make sure families could afford college, all families, that is, but also to really stabilize the enrollment of the district and to increase the enrollment of students from New Haven going to college. So in 2010, there's a lot of data on here, but I'm going to zero in on 2010. You will see that the dropout rate for New Haven Public Schools was close to 40%. And the percentage of students going on to a 4-year college, and this is for the entire New Haven Public School District, was roughly about 20% to a 4-year college. And we focus on that because Promise really focuses on primarily 4-year colleges. And so now here in 2019, that number has flipped. So the graduation rate went up from sort of 60% up near 80% in this 10-year period. And the dropout rate reduced to 20%, but the 4-year college enrollment rate increased to 40%. So those numbers flipped. And I know that does not sound like a lot, but it really is quite a feat in a 10-year period to switch those numbers. So I just want to commend the district, the city. This was really a collective effort. And I know that folks say, well, not all kids are going to go to college. Well, they may not all go to college, but college is a good indicator all down the line for those middle career jobs that require some college or a certificate. So this is, one part of the equation for what makes our city strong. So again, we will make these documents available. You have them in your board packet, but this was something that, really said that this strategy of bringing in a Promise program could work in strengthening the city. The other reason that I think these numbers have been able to even get stronger is because our college partners are starting to bring a substantial amount of money to the table in addition to Promise Scholarship. So you have UConn that brings in the 5,000 per year for any family that is a promised family that goes to UConn, and that's irregardless of income. Now, most of our students are low income, under 60,000, but even half of those are under 30,000. So these are families that really need it. But even for those middle income families, they're getting a nice deal. And then we also have some really great partnership scholarship deals with like Quinnipiac and University of New Haven and Albertus Magnus, where they're bringing to the table $25,000 for any promised kid that goes to those schools. So for the first time this year in the fall, even with the pandemic and everything that's happening that's putting families under stress, we had a record number of kids going to these private colleges, UNH, Quinnipiac, and Albertus Magnus. Now, the graduating class of 2020, those are the ones who are sitting in their freshman year now. We had roughly about 584 applications, which is still kind of at our maximum. Half the class actually qualifies for Promise. And so those are the numbers that we were looking to maintain this year. We've sort of plateaued at around this number. So when we go down, here is where we stood with senior applications this year. And you can sort of see by school, you know, how many applications came in by school. So you can see that. We have tracked this for a number of years. Now, with a month to go with the deadline, and the reason we have the deadline is because it's attached to other calculations that happen at the colleges that are offering these scholarships, we were down 30%. So most of that is families that are feeling stressed. Is it safe to go to college? These are all the questions that we've heard here tonight in terms of the concerns are also the concerns for college. But with that, we know that the vaccine is coming. So we really want to get these students in the pipeline. They can't afford to sit back and say, I'm going to sit out a year. No, they really need to at least get their applications in. So by making some adjustments, the school counselors were really wonderful, as well as our other partners, our nonprofits who service our families. And we were able to come in with just a drop of around 12%. So we do have some other things that we're going to do to try and, you know, get those numbers up. But compared to what we see with other Promise programs around the country, we've been able to be in a very strong position. Now, with COVID changed everything for everyone, and it did for us. So it was really very important for us to do some things differently. Everything that we did went online. Now, our application was already online, so our families were used to that, but we really had to do a lot more than just our normal application. So one of the things that we did is we sponsored the calendar because we really wanted to get that messaging, knowing how important it would be to have that calendar on that refrigerator where when families pull up, you know, August, September, October, everything that was important for Promise and college going was on that calendar for 12 months. So that was really very important, that messaging. What were some of the other things that we did around COVID? We extended our community service deadline. We moved all of our stuff online. Because we have so many families already in our system, we were able to reach out directly to families in terms of family night, in terms of, you know, everything that we do. And that was quite effective. So these were the ways that we were able to really pivot when it was clear that we were going to continue to be in a virtual situation, a remote situation. In terms of there obviously are some real concerns in terms of our community service. no, we did not cancel community service, but what we did do is we brought in a community service fellow to work and find community service opportunities as well as virtual opportunities. There's a lot that needs to be done. And obviously here in these really critical months where the transmission of the virus is very high, most of our service opportunities are really online. But as we get back to opening up, we will probably extend that community service deadline. We did not see the number of students who qualified did not drop significantly. So we know that we're doing the right things in making sure that there are opportunities depending on what students would like to do. If they want to do it in person, like at a soup kitchen and obviously be masked up, or if they want to do it virtual, there are those opportunities. And this gives you just some indication of all the different things that we did with the FAFSA workshops. You know, the on the national scale, we know that FAFSA is down significantly. We require FAFSA for you to get your promised scholarship. So we know that group is fine, but we go beyond that and offer FAFSA workshops online, and that's been very successful. The number one attendees in those FAFSA workshop are New Haven students, but believe it or not, the number two is Hartford. So we have kids coming from Hartford to participate in FAFSA workshops as well as Waterbury. So we're really a resource for kids all over the state, primarily because we are situated to be able to do that. So with that, I will bring our presentation to a conclusion. We are in a good position. One of the things that I will say, though, is that one of the things that I would really love for the district to really think about, we were able to achieve the numbers that we were able to achieve because students are in our system, and that took a lot of pressure off of the school counselors. So one of the things that I would like for the district, the board or the superintendent to look at is an opt-out clause. In other words, you know, students can opt out. You put everybody in the system and students can opt out if they do not wish to participate. But when we do not have students in our system, they fall through the cracks. So everyone that was in our system who signed up, that's an opt-in, were able to get a lot of service. But if they're not in our system, then they can fall through the cracks. So that's really the one thing that I really want to bring to your attention. We really need for all families to be in, and those who really don't want to participate can opt out. And I think this year with COVID, that really, I think that was a solution that would have helped us to get 100%. And we know with other promise programs, those are opt-outs as opposed to opt-in. So that's my one observation with this year. So any questions from the board or Dr. Tracy or Dr. Jackson?
Dr. Jackson?
Thank you, Pat, for this very informative presentation. I have like two questions. My first question is, what was the most common reason for like a rejection for the scholarship?
You mean for scholarship applications?
Yes. Is it around the public service, around the attendance? What would seem to be the most common barrier?
Well, the way we do the promise application is that school counselors, see, we do not have information on where students are in terms of their GPA. So when I say an opt-in, an opt-out rather, if you put everybody in the system, then we can actually target very closely those students who are either close to qualifying. We can message them in terms of their attendance. We can do more and take some of that burden off of the school counselors who we rely on to do sort of the identification of who would fall in these requirements. And in the beginning, when Promise first began, we would get all the students and really market to those students, and we get that data so we know who's in that set of qualifications. Right now, it's really up to, if the family does not sign up, then we don't have their data, and we can't really sort of market to them from 9th grade until 12th grade. So we would like to have all students in the 9th grade. And then that way we can, with data exchange, we can market directly to those students. The other reason that it's important is because
you had your rejections in your slide where you had each school has the amount of kids that applied, and then they will say the amount, and it lets you know how many kids, I guess, were rejected. Those rejections from that population, what was the most common challenge? Was it attendance or was it public service? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, okay, I see what you said. That grade. You have to have a 3.0 to meet the qualifications.
So you're saying that that's the most common barrier, was the 3.0?
The 3.0, okay. Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. And then my last question is,
sorry that I didn't understand your question.
That's okay, because you were doing a very beautiful explanation. I appreciate it. But my next thing was, this is kind of, I get this question a lot, and what are the figures around the award? So like if you go to Eastern, Central, Southern, or Western versus if you go to UConn, or if you go to like St. Joe's, or now you're saying Quinnipiac. So if Quinnipiac gives $25,000, then what is the award from Promise to those different categories?
Okay, so for private colleges, the award is based on the residency, how long a family has actually lived in the city, and it's at a private college. It's really a very small amount. It's $2,500 per year, up to $2,500 per year. Not all Promise programs have the private college component. We decided, I guess the founders decided that they did want to have this sort of private college component, and primarily because a lot of private colleges, they're really responsible for raising those scholarship dollars. Okay. So, I don't know that we'll be able to increase that in any form or fashion, because that's kind of the way it is. When you bring in outside scholarship money, private colleges usually reduce their amount of money. So, Yale being the primary funder did not want to fund other private colleges' responsibility to raise scholarship dollars. Most of the dollars really, because most of the students are going to attend the public colleges. So that's Eastern, Central, Western, and Southern. And it's based on tuition. So the tuition at those particular schools, as well as UConn, which is the flagship, and it's based on tuition. So it's up to 100% tuition minus any sort of federal dollars that possibly go into that tuition. Now, I will say most of our students do qualify for some form of Pell Grant. That's the FAFSA. That's very critical. Every Promise program looks at that. But on average, our average award at these public colleges is roughly about $5,000 on average right now.
For UConn, it's $5,000?
No, UConn, it's higher than that, because UConn is they're guaranteeing at least $5,000, irregardless. They're going to bring in $5,000 in addition to Promise. Promise could range anywhere from, it could range anywhere from 4,000 up to 14,000, because 14,000 is the tuition. What folks don't understand at Eastern, Central, Western, and Southern is there's this other part that people mistaken as tuition call mandatory fees. And those mandatory fees are as much as tuition.
Okay, well,
And that's, you know, at UConn, the mandatory fees are $3,000. At Eastern, Central, Western, and Southern, mandatory fees are like $5,500. It's just as much as tuition.
Well, thank you for that. That was very informative. Thank you so much.
Right. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions?
Mr. Goldson?
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Melton for her presentation. And I'm glad this was on the agenda. It should be on here more often. This organization is giving millions upon millions of dollars to our students, and we should continue to get reports about how that's working and how many of our students are accessing the program. Did you, Ms. Melton, did you say that all of our students' works being tracked by you because you don't have that information from us? Did I miss
What
that?
I would like to share is that historically in the past, like when I came 8 years ago, we loaded all students who were residents into our system so that we could track them. We can say, okay, in the freshman year, you know, you're on track to get promise, you know, freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior. And so now what we do is we have to really get kids to sign up and their parents to sign up, because if they're under 18, we need the parent's signature to sign up. And so there are kids who are missed in that process because they don't sign up. We spend a lot of time chasing families and kids down for those signatures. I would rather, and I think the school counselors would rather spend that time actually counseling and working with students around college and things like that, as opposed to, you know, running after them for permissions. That is very time intensive. We, at this point in time, have 800 students in college, and at any one time, the next class coming in is 600 more students in the high school graduating class. So that's a lot. Our staff is very small. But if we have these students loaded into our system, because we're a partner, we're a major partner with you, and we track data, if we have those students loaded into our system, then we can spend our time actually working with families as opposed to chasing paperwork.
When did that change?
Let's see. I think it changed like when Garth was superintendent.
Okay.
So we had that
sort of makes sense
with Dr. Mayo, but
that sort of makes sense. My next question, I guess, is to the superintendent. Dr. Tracy, why aren't we providing New Haven Promise access to our entire census when these students first come into the high schools?
Doctor.
Man, I mean that Dr. White assistant in charge of the high schools. I'm not aware that we're not providing access to all our students.
Over the years, there have been some changes to how some of the privacy acts have worked. We have made arrangements that the new MOU will permit us to automatically load kids going forward for the upcoming year.
Yeah, I know this was an ongoing issue because I remember when Burks was here, we've had these conversations.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was like 2 years ago. So when will the new MOU be signed?
I don't have the date on that, but from working with Ms. Jackson said, we have agreed to that for the next year going forward. And so we will have that in place. We'll work to have that set up as quickly as possible, obviously before next registration of students.
That would be great, because so many nonprofits, including the colleges, come to us to be able to seed students for competitive programming, for resources, for scholarship dollars, all of that. And this really allows us to be very strategic in knowing the students and providing that access to those programs. And a lot of our partners rely on us to be able to identify those students. And I know how inundated the schools get with requests from nonprofits to try and reach this group of students or that group of students or that group of students. So there were several programs, like a summer program with Quinnipiac University, where students were able to take, college courses with scholarship in. These were courses that for summer programming courses that were like $1,000 tuition. And we were able to get, 40 to 50 slots in that programming. And that happens all the time.
One more question. I remember a couple of years ago where there was some issue where students' records weren't getting to the colleges, and they were getting disqualified. They weren't allowed to go to these colleges, and were being we're not able to access your program because of that. Is that still an ongoing problem, or has that been repaired?
No, that was resolved.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yes, I will say that once again, the strength of the partnership, our Promise program is, in terms of what it's been able to do with the city and the various partners, it's one of the premier Promise programs in the country. We've not had to change our formula where others have had to cut back on, the amount of money. They've had to raise the standards. We are looking in this next, 5 to 10 years and how we can now try to move beyond that 3.0 in terms of really activating scholarship dollars that aren't mostly coming from us. It's mostly coming from the federal government and the colleges, because that's where most of the money comes through. Our scholarship gets our students to the field, the playing field, and it motivates them so that they want to go to college, but the sweetness of the deals comes from the actual colleges themselves.
Well, again, thank you. I hope that this board, through the superintendent, will acknowledge publicly the good work that you do, and thank you and your partners publicly for the work that they do and the contributions that they make. Because your partners, I guess, do, especially Yale, provide a significant amount of funding for this program. And I think we ought to acknowledge that as much as we can.
I would say 3 major partners have been there from the very beginning. The Community Foundation, where we were incubated, and they brought roughly $500,000 a year for these this entire 10 years. Yale New Haven Hospital, same thing, as well as obviously Yale University, which funds the scholarship. We have multiple year agreements with those institutions. So, I can't say enough about them. They believe in the children of this city. They believe in making sure that they're prepared to come back here and take their place in this community. And so it really is a terrific partnership. So I would like to honor them and obviously our partners in the New Haven Public Schools.
Thank you.
And the mayor's office.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Joyner?
Thank you so much, Ms. Melton.
Hold on, Dr. Tracy. Dr. Joyner?
Well, I think that it's kind of easy when we follow the structures that we have. I've actually extended an invitation to Ms. Melton to attend teaching and learning meetings.
And I plan to do so.
Absolutely. And I promise you that Ms. Velasquez is probably one of the most competent assistant superintendents for curriculum instruction, and that any issues that you have can be worked out at that level, and that we can get the business done. Thank you. And I really appreciate the ripple effect that your work is having, not only on the community, but throughout the country, because these kids are going all over and spreading what they've learned. And unfortunately, previous generations haven't had this. And so a lot of the untapped potential that did not go rewarded in previous times is happening now. And can't say enough about the hard work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Thank you, Ms. Melton.
May I say this?
Dr. Tracy?
That when you have those students coming back, which is literally hundreds of students, come back to the Pitney gym, you need to invite the board members to be a part of it. It's one of the most awesome occasions to see the amount of students that have been impacted by this program. And Pat laughed at us last year, and she was able to also fund our calendars for this year. It's because of her health, because she said, those calendars, really, we don't need those just to put up on, on our website. And so she did that for us. So I want to thank you, Pat, for the work you're doing, and we'll continue to work together for the benefit of all New Haven students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Milton.
Thank you all. And I look forward to working with you all. I think I will probably be around for the next 5 years. I don't know about 10. So, Dr. Tracy, I expect to see you there too.
Oh,
thank you.
And she is a star. She's a famous person among us, and she kept that quiet. But anyhow, I won't say that. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson.
I just want to tell you that one of the most important things that I learned tonight was the connection to the other avenues of money, because I didn't know that, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of other people didn't know that it's just like the doorway to financing your education. And for someone that spent close to $500,000 on her education, it's very important to understand the art of financing your education. So I hope that close 300 people that are on tonight heard that, because that is key. So thank you. I did not know that until tonight, but thank you. That was key.
And believe it or not, colleges, the enrollment is dropping sort of in the suburbs, and the growth in the enrollment for college is really growing in the cities. So these colleges want our kids. They want it, and they want them, and they're bringing big dollars to the table for them. Promise just helps us to leverage that money to the maximum that we can. So it's a good time for our kids to be in college. They don't need to sit out. They need to go directly to college. Do not pass go. They need to go directly to college, and then they can take a year off, or they could take a year abroad.
Thank you, Ms. Milton.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your service. It's
Thank you.
Herculean, truly.
So let me continue my report, and let me touch on the subject of school opening. And permit me to be morbid for a while. Show me a man or woman who is perfect and does not have an opinion. That person is already in the cemetery. So I'm glad that all of these opinions were shared today. I'm not afraid of people sharing their opinions, but I also pay attention to those who are experts in their field. Just like I just listened to Ms. Melton right now, she's an expert in what she does, but that's her field. I listened to Dr. Jackson, pediatrician. She's an expert in her field. And everyone on this board who's an expert in their field, I tend to listen because they have the research behind them, and they also have the practical experience to go along with it. So having said that, I know the rumor mill in New Haven is always strong, has been for the past 40 years that I've given my life here to New Haven. Rumor mill, we call it the grapevine. I heard this noise that I'm pushing reopening because I'm being offered a job at the state, and that we want to increase our food distribution. I'm being offered a job to the state. Okay, send the application or something, let me fill it out. But that's ludicrous, a lot of information going. I want to commend my staff, all of them, for the work they have done and continue to do. Custodians, security guards, teachers, supervisors, admin assistants, central office workers, paraprofessionals. This is not just about teachers. We have 4,524 workers in New Haven public schools, and does not involve our part-time workers. So I just needed to put that out there. Every school has a plan and should be communicating their plans to their families. This week, they're having what is called an orientation. that last time when we planned to open up in November 9th, they also convened an orientation, but we put back for other reasons. The New Haven Public Schools developed a plan for school reopening supported by the state and various stakeholders here in New Haven. We were sent back to the drawing board to come up with checklists, etc., which we have done and shared. And the schools developed their protocols for implementation with support from their principal supervisors. We were put through the ringer to make sure that the buildings were prepared to receive our students and staff. We have ensured that the buildings were ready. There's a plan, the same plan that we would have used to open in November 9th. So I was a bit taken back when people are questioning plans and questioning reopening. There has to be a time set for reopening. I've had the chance, I love to research things. And when I looked at the 1918 pandemic, do you know there were only 3 schools systems that were open for students during that 1918 pandemic? Guess what 3? New York, Chicago, and here in New Haven. I said, really? 3 school systems open up, and it took 2 years before that pandemic actually starting to lift a little bit, 2 full years. And so I wanted to put that in perspective, that pandemic took 50 million lives across the world and 675,000 in the United States. We have done all we can, as much as possible, I should say, to make preparation for school opening. When the board decided that we would take 10 weeks to make sure that our buildings were safe, we took that 10 weeks. And a lot of work has gone into that 10 weeks. We came back and I announced November 9th. There was no pushing back on November 9th. Why? Because at that time, we were looking at where we are in terms of the trend of the pandemic. And in collaboration with Director Bond, our expert health director here in New Haven, which the CDC tells me to make sure that we do things in collaboration with the health department. At that time, we decided November 9th was a good time. And when she saw that things were not working out, not just the uptick in the pandemic, but also some other factors, like certain things still needed to be looked at in terms of making sure the isolation rooms are done, making sure that certain things that were necessary were put in place. No matter what is done, there will always be a group of individuals that will not be satisfied with any decision that is made. So no time is right time. There's a choice for parents to keep their children home, and there's a choice for those who want to be in person learning. So you're asking me, and people have asked, so what about teachers? I may say, what about all the other workers who also have to come to work? So let's say with what about teachers? Teachers are frontline workers. I love my teachers. I'm a teacher. I call myself a master teacher. I'm a frontline worker. I have never left this place for more than about 2 days since March. My staff will tell you that. People tell me, stay home, Dr. Tracy, you're 65 and over. No, I come in every day because we continue to focus on the type of preparation we need to have for schools. So let's start. Why now? So in collaboration with the city's health director, the decision was made to open school January 19th. I do not claim to have the expertise in the area of health, so I will not speak for those who are experts, whose advice and in all documents I'm told to lean on. I'm going to turn this now to Director Bond and Dr. Dural.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. I really appreciate those words, and I've really appreciated the collaborative spirit which we've approached these discussions. I'll just say a few words first and then turn it over to Director Bond for the more operational parts. But before I do that, I really just have to take a small point of personal privilege and give a huge thank you to the New Haven Public School teachers. Both of my children are in New Haven Public Schools, and the way they've been engaging in this very challenging environment has been absolutely spectacular. And I just want to, take this public forum to say a word of appreciation. I can't thank them enough. And I also have friends who are teachers, and I can't thank them enough either. So what I want to talk about right now is just, I know there's a lot of strong feelings about this decision, and rightfully so. This has been a tremendously difficult time for everybody, and people have lost loved ones to this disease. What I want to talk about is really the fundamental question about why now, what changed since November. And what's changed is that we've gotten more evidence. New Haven, as has been pointed out, has always followed a very cautious approach, mostly to our benefit with respect to our restrictions around COVID. But what we've learned over the last 2 months led us to conclude that it would be safe for this specific group to return for in-person learning. And this is based on various reviews of studies, discussions with experts, and a look at our own data in Connecticut. So let me share a little bit about the bottom line here. Let's first talk about children. So when you look at the total evidence, both from the state, national, and international studies, and I hope to faithfully express what I believe is the summary of the evidence to date. That's my job here. In advising Dr. Tracy, is that children, when they return to school, are at no higher risk of transmission of COVID-19 while they're in the classroom, especially or particularly when all the specific precautions that Director Bond will discuss later are in place. But simple things we've learned all around: masking, distancing, reducing the density of the classrooms, ventilation, and those other best practices that we've been discussing for many months now. Taking a look at the data in Connecticut, they've done an analysis of the various spread among children in the various models, so in-person, hybrid, and remote. And although there are small differences, in a global perspective, those differences are minor with respect to the amount of infections that are found in any of those models. So essentially what this means is that in Connecticut, children are nearly as likely to report a positive COVID-19 case if they study remotely, in person, or in a hybrid model. And really what this comes down to is the cases in the schools are going to relate to the cases in the community, but they will not contribute to additional spread as we initially feared in the fall and before. The other question on the table is, of course, is it safe for the community, the staff, and the family and teachers to return? And I think this constituted the bulk of the comments in the public comment part of this. So let's take community. There was a roundup of studies that that surveyed over 191 countries. And they looked at whether these countries in general opened schools, remained in hybrid, or went to in-person completely. And given the benefit of large numbers and statistics, they could find no real link between the schools being open and the rate of community transmission in these countries. Another study looked at reopening in the United Kingdom, where the study does predate the new variant, which I'll talk about in a second. But what it found was that the cases attributable to reopening, because they looked at the schools when they were closed and they opened and they closed and they opened, so they were able to isolate how many cases are attributable to reopening. Those cases are very small. And importantly, most of those cases were found in staff. And it wasn't children to staff transmission or children to teacher transmission, it was adult to adult transmission. And this rings true with some of the experience that we've had locally as well, which Director Bond could talk about. And finally, we want to make sure that their families are safe. The biggest study of this studied 40,000 children in Iceland. And again, what it found was the most likely way of spread was adult to adult, not children to adult within the household. So given these data taken in totality, when Dr. Tracy asked us, was it safe to reopen? We can say that reopening schools will not contribute to spread. Reopening schools will not present any additional risk beyond what would be posed on average to the community and to the kids when they go back. I'll say just briefly about the new variant, because I know that was raised in the public comment as well. To date, there are only 2 cases of a new variant identified, and I believe they've been linked to travel in New Haven County and in Connecticut broadly. This is a real concern for us, given the experience in UK. But even that being said, there's an active monitoring system in place to look at the new variant. And if we see a rise in the new variant, we can take decisions accordingly, depending on whether those cases will be going up substantially or not. At this point, just from a spread perspective, likely it will take many weeks, if not months, for that new variant to become the most prevalent source of COVID. Right now, the usual variants are the ones that are contributing to the spread. In addition, the same exact precautions that are in play for the typical variants of COVID would work against the new variant. And in all likelihood, although the data is not definitive, the vaccine will be effective against the new variant as well. So with that, I'll close. And Dr. Tracy, I guess it'll be up to you if you want me to take comments and questions now, or if you want Director Bond to say a few words first.
Let Director Bond say a few words. And
So
also,
good evening. Thank you, Dr. Tracy, and our chair and Board of Ed for the opportunity to ensure that there's collaboration with the Health Department and the Board of Ed in making these tough decisions. We each have a vested interest in ensuring the health and well-being of those that we serve, and we take our oaths seriously. And we are all passionate. We've heard from everyone tonight, and it is our hope that we can continue to collaborate and work together. As Dr. Delisle indicated, we have been looking at the scientific data. We have learned a lot from 10 months ago on how the virus spreads. And even with the new variant, we are learning that there is going to be protective factor from the vaccine. And we know that herd immunity cannot happen overnight, but would vary and would take up to 60 to 70% of the population in most models, indicating to be able to achieve herd immunity. We wanted to work together and closely, and our Director of Nursing, who is also on the call this evening, to develop a robust plan and a checklist from the operational perspective to ensure that there was going to be a safe reopening. We worked collaboratively to ensure that there was a health administrator's checklist, that there was a ventilation checklist, and conducted inspections to each of the schools throughout the last 6 months. We worked really closely with the administrators, conducted webinars, and ensured that there was monitoring, containment, and class cancellation plans in place before reopening. As we have done that, there were recommendations that we've made. We work closely together on the checklist that has been previously shared to ensure that each of the components were looking and being addressed when we had any concerns. What is essential to address this evening is that the city of New Haven has been unique. Our health department and our city has taken a vast number of measures than any other district in the state, and I want that to go on the record, that no other school district has inspected and done taken the number of precautions and plans in place to ensure safe reopening. We've also expanded testing to ensure that there's testing available and ensure that there was going to be prioritization for our teachers and staff and even children. We have a site right on Sergeant Drive that has now opened for 7 days a week. We're happy to report that we've already received rosters and are ready to upload the rosters for teachers to be able to ensure that access to vaccination starting on the 18th will be able to commence so that we can get to vaccination. And so we are looking forward to a safe reopening. We wanted to look at this from, as Dr. Delisle indicated, from a scientific data and address and really assessing from a national, state, and local perspective on a really a partial reopening of looking at a phased-in approach when we are looking at the different grades that we wanted to consider and recommend at this time. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Tracy to continue with her report. And I want to thank you each for your attention and look forward to a conversation when the opportunity arises.
So one of the things we had discussed was that someone mentioned the vaccination is not a panacea to the disease or what have you. It's just another thing that is there. No one knows yet whether that will be effective in the long run, but that's what we have now. Also, that it's going to take a while for teachers to be vaccinated. Could you say more about that, Director Bond? The time? Although you say we're starting on the 18th, could you develop more on the
Yeah,
time?
so phase 1B is officially announced. We know that we advocated and worked really hard to ensure that teachers and staff within the Board of Ed can be prioritized. However, phase 1B does encompass a large number of frontline essential workers. And we are happy that teachers and staff are within that component. However, the rollout is going to start next week, but we know it's going to not be as swiftly as we would like it. And in addition, we have to, the second dose will be 28 days later to receive a second dose. And so we will be working closely with the Board of Ed on executing as timely as we can, but knowing that there are a number of individuals, including those that are over 75, that will be prioritized for phase 1B.
Okay, so thank you, Director Bond and Dr. Dalal. The board has any questions pertaining to what?
Dr. Jackson?
Thank you, Dr. Dalal, Dr. Vasquez, and Director Bond for all of your hard work. I just have a couple questions. Our community spread, I know that it's not extremely low. I know that it's, from what I'm seeing in my practice, it is widespread. We know that it's widespread. And the concern is that our staff and our teachers going to the schools one of the concerns will not be as protected as they would like to be. What are the thoughts around specific vaccine clinics for our teachers and staff, specifically for them, so that we can almost like, because we would like to get the schools open according to what Dr. Tracy is recommending, and this is one of our concerns. Is that a possibility? Because I really feel that the least we can do, because this is what we have, is to make sure we get our teachers vaccinated and our staff vaccinated before they go back into the classrooms. If this is what we're going to do, I think that we owe it to them to offer them this level of protection.
Yeah, so as through the chair, if I may respond to Dr. Jackson. So as noted, we've already received the rosters from the Board of Ed. We will upload that, and staff will have the option to certainly register to get vaccinated. That will now be an option for staff and for teachers, and that's great news. Again, it's going to be up to the individuals to want to get vaccinated. It would, obviously we cannot mandate it, but that now is within one of the options. So testing along with the vaccine will now be readily available, and we will work through getting everyone scheduled in a timely fashion so that people can get access to the vaccine in an equitable way.
I have second part of my question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Jackson, go ahead.
As an option, why not? Okay, so I understand what you said, Director Bond, but why not this is something that we want to happen. We want to give this option, in-school option, to some parents. Why not streamline it? One, have specific, I don't know if you want to go to specific schools where we have a time frame where we say, you know what, we are going to open on such and such a date, but we're going to make sure we get at least this first vaccine, or even the whole series, the 28-day series, to the teachers that want it before we bring them back into the school. I think that is a legitimate conversation to have around having the vaccine clinic for our teachers and staff members, and possibly delaying those 28 days so we can have people have the vaccine to give them a sense of security. I mean, I got my first vaccine and actually I felt a lot more confident. Not saying that, I go into work without, gearing up, because we still are going to have to do the masks and the washing of the hands and what have you. But it is a layer of protection and security. The vaccine, I believe, will work. So why not look at that? I guess this is to Dr. Tracy and staff and whoever else. Look at focusing on the vaccine in the staff and the teachers before putting them back into the schools with the students. Question.
Custodian, Mayor.
Okay. I think Mr. Goldson was first. Did you still have your question?
Oh, I didn't hear an answer to my question.
Dr. Tracy, who will you respond to Dr. Jackson or Director Bond? I didn't realize it was a question. I thought it was, would you?
Oh, sorry. It was a statement and a question, you know, options.
It sounded like a statement, but go ahead.
I could try to respond, but I also want to acknowledge the queue. I have the response to Dr. Jackson's, but I also know that Mr. Goldson's next.
If you have a response, respond to her question, yes.
Sure, and Director Bond, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that it would be helpful to share just how the vaccinations are working, the overall process. And I did want to take a moment to thank Dr. Jackson MacArthur for her incredible leadership for getting the vaccination early and being a role model. I think that's deeply important to our building trust around the vaccination. So Director Bond was talking about the rosters, the way, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Bond, but the way that the system is working is that employers upload a roster of eligible employees, and that roster is put into this electronic system, and then employees can then schedule an appointment at various different sites where they can get a vaccination. So we are already working, Dr. Tracy's team and our health department, to ensure the roster of education employees are uploaded into the system and are prepared to be uploaded into the system. 1B hasn't formally started yet, so that teachers, paraprofessionals, cafeteria workers, custodial workers, others, individuals in our schools will be already enrolled in the system so that they can then elect to get the vaccine. I think it's also very important to note that the number of people that are in category 1B is astounding. It is people in manufacturing sector, postal workers, grocery workers, retail workers, first responders that were not in 1A. And you think of all these different people that have been on the front lines for quite some time, and some that potentially will be. And it's important that, you know, all those people in many ways should be first in line, right? Because they've been out there and putting themselves at risk. While at the same time, we very much want to, in many ways, prioritize teachers because we want to open up our schools. It's going to be very difficult given the supply chain problems from the federal government that we're seeing to get the number of vaccines that we need to vaccinate all those people. Our health department is already having, we don't have enough vaccines. We ran out on Friday, got a new shipment today. We'll likely run out again shortly. We'll get it, hopefully a new shipment on Monday. We're asking for many more than what the state can deliver. And then that's just in 1A, which is a much smaller group of people. In 1B, it's going to be many, many more people. So I think that it's unlikely that we will be able to vaccinate, even though we will try and to do so, vaccinate that many people, that many school workers. And we talk about teachers, which are absolutely important, but also we also make sure to acknowledge the other people that are in the schools too. That many people in a short period of time, we just don't have the number of vaccines available. So it's likely going to be quite some time before a lot of people end up getting vaccinated.
Yeah, I just want to add that Connecticut is the 5th leading in the nation and with vaccinations, and there is limited supply. And Dr. Jackson, you're aware of the VAM system. The VAM system will continue for phase 1B, and the system will allow individuals to go in, register to a site that's convenient to them. It may not necessarily mean that someone's going to get vaccinated by the New Haven Health Department. It could mean that they can get vaccinated at a pharmacy or at another local health department that's within their respective neighborhood that they live in. So it is going to vary when they upload, at the time that they register themselves, when they receive that alert, acknowledge the and make an appointment and put in their information to schedule that appointment. So there's definitely a lot of integral things that we're looking at. We are prioritizing and making sure that the rosters were ready to go so that when we are ready to activate 1B on Monday, that we can move as quickly as possible. But we have to take into consideration the different categories of phase 1B that are. And at this juncture, we also are at the beck and call of the federal government, where we are limited with the vaccines. I tweeted about this last week about not having enough vaccines. At first, we really thought there was going to be a large number of vaccine hesitancy. We're not seeing that as significant in Connecticut, where we're seeing a higher demand than the supply. So hopefully we can get more vaccines into Connecticut, but we are following, the directive of the governor's office within the different categories and utilizing this VAN centralized system, which is a requirement for us to use.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bond. Mr. Goldson?
First, I would, just the last point Dr. Bond said, I don't know if having more demand than supply, you could draw the conclusion that there is not a hesitancy on the part of city workers to get the vaccine. I don't know how those two correlate, but thank you.
No, I was just making.
But thank you for that information. Okay.
Welcome.
I have one or two questions and one or two comments. First, I'd like to know, what is the definition of condemned? We just condemned two of our schools, two schools that were safe 7 months ago.
Mr. Goldson, could you hold the questions about the two schools for the next item?
It relates to whether these schools are safe to go into. So I guess I can hold that.
Thank you.
But I would like to say then the comment I'm going to make is not based totally on all the facts, because I haven't gotten all the facts yet. But this board, this administration thought 7 months ago that the schools were safe to go into. After we said, no, we don't think they're safe, we have to see some other things, they came back to us and said, okay, here's the plan. And we said, no, that plan doesn't work because it doesn't have safety protocols in place, including inspecting the schools. Then they went out and then decided to inspect the schools. And even after all that, they still suggested to us that all of the schools were safe to re-enter. We're now finding out that 2 of those schools are not. Schools that we voted 2 months ago to put students and staff back into. In the meantime, I get a call from a staff member a week ago who said that her husband tested positive for COVID, and when she reported it to the school system, she got no response. So she went to the city and got no response there for almost a week. Finally got a response that said, oh, if you got a test and your test says you're negative, you could come back. There was no contact tracing, nothing. And this was a staff person. So, and this is just one person that I know who knows me and reached out to me because of that relationship. So I can't say if it's the norm or not, or abnormal. So I kind of say, I mean, and now we have this report for these schools that were condemned, and that report was done because we forced you to hire that company to look at these schools. So I'm not quite sure how you expect some of us and the public out there to trust that you're making the right decisions based on what you say is the science. Because the same science was there 7 months ago, or 2 months ago, and these schools were still okayed for sending students and teachers back. We heard from the chief of the union, teachers union today, who said he apparently hasn't been kept in the loop. I don't understand how that happens. We've been having these discussions for 7 months now. And we said that one of the lines that we drew, the red line that we drew, was you had to have the participation of the union, especially the teachers union, to make sure that everybody was okay and felt comfortable that what we all outlined needed to be done was going to be done. And now we have today the union president coming to this meeting and saying he has not received the information. So why would anyone question our concerns about whether or not the information that we're getting is good and that the schools are safe? The other thing I don't understand is this rush to open before the vaccinations are done. And sending out emails on Christmas Eve talking about dates opening, I just don't understand any of that. I really don't. It makes me and it makes others lose whatever faith they had in their lives being protected by losing that faith, going out the door. When the reporter called me a couple of days ago and said, do you support reopening schools on the 19th? I said to him, I want to hear what the administration has to say about this. And you haven't said anything differently. You're counting on COVID, you're counting on CDC. CDC is of this entire pandemic, have changed their advice several times in 1 week. So for us to trust the CDC as our guideline for making these decisions is a concern of mine. I would like to see a vote of the board as to whether the date of the 19th is adequate, but I know I'll be told I can't make the resolution, though we're talking about school opening right now. So it's a subject on the table, and I certainly should be able to force a vote on this if I wanted to. But I'm going to be the president's not going to let it go forward. She's not even going to let us have a vote. I don't see how that's dangerous to anyone to be able to put on the record what their feelings are about this school opening on the 19th. What really, really concerns me, and I'll end it here for now, what really, really concerns me are the problems that we had with the busing, and they're suggesting that they had some miracle COVID killer that we knew. We questioned at that meeting could not be right, and found out that they had lied about that. These schools are being condemned. And then this whole rush to open before the vaccine. But what really, really concerns me is how these decisions are being made, okay? We hear on the news that it's announced that we're not opening on the date that we had all agreed on, that the board voted on. We all didn't agree on it, but the board voted on it. It was a board vote, we'll open on this date. You decided single-handedly, you and the mayor, not to open schools. We didn't have a voice in that process. The public didn't have a voice in that process. You just announced it. And then on New Year's Eve, you sent out another email and announced you're opening them up on the 19th. Again, we never had an opportunity to discuss that. We never had an opportunity to vote on it. That's why you had 50 people today on this panel wanting to discuss this, because this has not been a transparent and open process. So I'm very concerned, very concerned. I want to make the resolution, but I know that Madam President will not allow it to move forward, and the 3 other board members will support that ridiculous suggestion that if it's not on the agenda, we could discuss it, but we can't vote on it. So I have a real problem with that. That one person controls the agenda. That is one reason why there were 3 votes that did not vote for this leadership tonight, because of this single-handed control of the agenda and our ability to discuss issues. So I'm going to end it there. I'm going to ask two questions. And one is, what's the latest update on buses and their cleaning and the safety of buses? And the vaccination question was answered. The vaccination question was answered, but there is at least one person or several people who are concerned about the safety of their kids because they may have asthma and so on. And we are still not comfortable that these buses are safe. I want to know what the process is for making sure these buses are safe, of controlling those kids on those buses to make sure they're not taking off their masks during the trip to school and the trip home. And I want to know why we can't wait until vaccination to move forward. Thank you. And those questions are directed to you. Those questions are directed to you, Superintendent. You could direct it to whatever staff you think should be speaking on it.
Too sad, but let me say this. The board did not vote for the 9th. The board voted for 10 weeks. For us to be out 10 weeks. When that 10 weeks was up, I came back and I informed the board we're going to open on the 9th. It was not voted. Then that's where we are. We land right now. In terms of vaccination, I think the two experts have spoken to that already. So I am not an expert in health field nor vaccination. I'm an education expert. So they have indicated to this board about the vaccinations, where we are with it, and what we need to be doing, what will be happening with those. We're told it's going to take, when one person is vaccinated, the next 28 or more days or more than a month before they get the next dose. So there is no right time. We're delaying opening for our children and our families. And I leave that at that. When we said we were ready, right through, if you check all board minutes, right through our communication, we said that we had concerns about 2 schools. What were those 2 schools? We keep saying, and then when we said we were opening up back, we said OPM said that we could open with the windows open. I'm sure everyone recall I said that. OPM said we could open the windows to let in fresh air. And right all of a sudden, teachers start fussing about opening windows, blah, 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 and all these different things. So we had Fuss and O'Neill came in and checked on those 2 schools. Health department went back, checked on those 2 schools. Other people have walked through those 2 schools. And then when we got the final report, that's when we are told. And when we got the final report about those 2 schools, that's when I messaged. So that was fairly transparent and consistent with what I've been saying about those 2 particular schools.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, could you speak some about transportation? Supported by Dr. White. Where's Mr. Jackson? Is he on here?
He's on.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Tracy. The buses, as you know, did run into some problems, but through the help of the health department and Maritza and her team, they were able to make corrections. The bus company was subject to the same rigorous review and protocols, including site visits and a complete rewrite of their protocol for not just cleanliness of the bus facility and the buses, but also the testing of the bus operators, which is very rigorous every 2 weeks. With respect to the disinfectant, the disinfectant is DS1. It's a Signet neutral disinfectant that was approved by the EPA. And all of that was provided to the health department as part of that protocol review. The buses are going to be disinfected twice a day between the morning and the evening runs. And the bus operators, because of the direction given by the health department, have to be COVID tested every 2 weeks. And that process has started. I'd have to concur with Dr. Tracy in that, nothing is perfect, but it's more perfect than it was, and probably better than it has ever been. We have not just checklists, we have protocols, we have signage in the bus facility, we have signage on the buses, and we have social distancing plan for on board. Buses and monitors are subject to every 2-week testing, and there's testing that's happening prior to the start on the 19th. So again, it's not perfect, but it's more perfect, and I'd be inclined to say that it's probably better in terms of cleanliness than it has been, for years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jackson, for that report.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Dr. Jackson, and then Dr. Joyner.
Point of order. That didn't answer my question. That didn't answer my question, Madam President. The question is, how are we going to make sure that these students are following the rules that are set out for them? How are we going to be able to do that on these buses? Who's going to monitor that and make sure that it gets done?
Lisa for staff.
Dr. Well, let me take a shot at that.
No, Lisa's coming.
Lisa's coming in.
No, he's talking about buses.
No, right, but she's going to talk about bus monitors.
Oh, the bus monitors.
Lisa Mack.
Lisa.
Lisa Mack or Lisa Langley?
No, Lisa Mack.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Good evening, board members. Yes, so we're in the process of currently onboarding bus monitors. We have a pool of monitors. We're still onboarding as they apply. We had to go back and realign our way we staffing bus monitor in order to incent them to onboard. So we have bus monitors that we are actually picking up from their home to ensure that we have bus monitors in place that will ensure that students that will get on the buses will have their mask on and ensure that they keep their mask on. Of course, bus monitors can do as much as they possibly can managing the bus while they're riding safe as well. So we do plan to have bus monitors on all the buses from pre-K to 5 as we start on January 19th. And we have a revolving pool. We're still onboarding as we're still hiring to ensure that we have a broad enough pool to rotate the bus monitors if indeed if they happen to get tested and become positive. We'll have a pool available to rotate them out.
Thank you, Ms. Mack.
You're welcome.
You have to understand, things take time because you apply, you get vetted, you have to make sure that they go through the fingerprinting, background checking, because we can't just put any and everyone with our students. So those take time to have.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Dr. Jackson, and then Dr. Joyner.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, was there a conversation around, now that we have the vaccine, possibly allowing 6 weeks so that everyone who wanted to get the vaccine, they would go and get the vaccine, they would have 6 weeks to get it, with all the, now that Director Bond clarified with me about the VAM situation, which is actually a good thing because it doesn't bottleneck everybody at our schools or in our New Haven Health Department. It allows people to go throughout the state. So why not allow them, everyone, which as Director Bond said, there's not a lot of resistance. It looks like we would have a good response to getting the vaccine. Delay for 6 weeks so that we can have as many of our staff and teachers vaccinated and protected when they go back into the classroom. Right now, we have a weapon against COVID-19, the vaccine. And I don't feel this way, but it seems like there's a thought that just let them go back, and if they get it, they get it. I think that we have a responsibility to the people that work in our district to say we are going back, but we are first going to give you time to get the vaccine. So when we say we're coming back, we have done everything we can to arm you, to protect you when we go back into the classrooms, because we know that there's going to be exposure. We know that there's possibly going to be infection. So why are we not arming our staff and our teachers to the best of our ability by giving them time to go get the vaccine if they choose? I believe that they will. I just don't understand that thought process. We have a vaccine. That's the question. Why are we not waiting to give them a time to get the vaccine? I'm not going to be in the classroom. I don't think too many people on this call are going to be in the classroom, but our teachers are going to be in the classroom. Our janitorial staff are going to be in the schools. You know, our principals are going to be in the schools. We owe it to them to give them time to get vaccinated.
The fact still remains, Dr. MacArthur, that is not something that is being mandated. And
no, I didn't say mandate. I didn't say mandate. What I said was that there isn't a large resistance, that we give 6 weeks for people to get the vaccine. If they don't get it after 6 weeks, what can we do? We gave you the opportunity, but we have the responsibility as the leadership in this district to give them everything. Before, we didn't have it. So we were talking about masks, we were talking about face shields, we were talking about dividers on the desk, you know, the partitions, which they have in some places, the walking directions, taking the water spouts out of the hallways. But now we have a vaccine. Now this should be a part of what we offer. And if we say go into the schools and hopefully you'll get the vaccine, hopefully you'll be protected, that's not responsible. We have a responsibility.
So let me, I know Dr. Dalal and Director Bond has explained, you know, ad nauseum about those situations. And those situations around the vaccine. And I cannot say much more than what the health officials and experts have said.
Well, I'm a health official too. And so I agree with them. And I'm saying everything they're saying. But what I'm saying is to give our staff time to get it. That's what I'm saying. And I don't understand how anyone on this, when I see all these people here, are willing to just say, oh, we're not going to give them time to get it. Well, we have the vaccine. And the Biden administration is going to release all of the doses.
I am not going to answer that question now, but I need to refute something that Dr. Golson, that Mr. Golson said. And I'll come back to you, Dr.
Okay, thank you.
Because I was in the midst of answering his questions.
I apologize.
Yeah, Mr. Golson mentioned that even the teachers union was not in the loop. That is not true. On the day when we had the meeting, if you look in the timeline, closure of Quinnipiac and school in West Rock, all those things were articulated. Did I have him at the table to help make the decision? No. Did I inform him? Yes. I brought all the unions, High Police, Mr. Chicarella, and SAA union. We informed of what's happening. We shared the opening date. We shared the reason why we're bringing these two schools, because the opening date we have established and these two schools will not be in the loop, and here's the reason. We entertained any questions or concerns that they may have had in that meeting. That was after I shared with the board. I informed the board members. Unfortunately, Dr. Jackson and I have talked about many other things on that call, so that part did not probably go through to her ears, so I'm not going to refute that. But I've informed the board, and there was a chain of things we did. One of the things we were doing is to ensure that one group did not take it out to the media, and my parents and my teachers did not hear about it. So yes, I got a lot of backlash about
New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve. Yes, I did. I got a lot of backlash about New Year's Eve advertising. But because we had scheduled a meeting the next Monday with our families, how would you like to know that you're a parent and hear that your school is going to close, right? Through the media.
I have to respond to that, Madam President. It was directed to me, so I have to respond to that.
Go ahead.
First off, you must be suggesting that I didn't hear what I heard from
No, I'm not saying that.
the union president today. Then you're suggesting that he's not telling the truth. One or the other. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Staff here was on the call. I'm saying it's not true.
Okay.
They may have.
All right. Well, that's between you. That's between you and him. But Dr. Tracy, when you called me the other day, you told me that you were going to close 2 schools. You never told me that you were opening up on the 19th. You never told me that. I heard that from the press and from emails and texts that I received.
Same way I called the other board members, I called you. I had a
now you're calling me a liar, Dr. Tracy. That's not true. I wouldn't lie about that. There's no reason for me to lie. You may have forgot to tell me, but you did not tell me.
You said to be
Point of order, can one person have the floor?
Dr. Tracy?
Yes. Let me move on.
Are you okay?
And one last point about this. This condescending way that you're addressing this issue, that teachers are fussing, or that we've heard ad nauseum about the safety of the schools, and some of the other comments that you've made are not appropriate for this discussion. If people have questions, if people have concerns, if people have issues, they should not be made to feel as though they're fussing when they're raising those concerns. And I think it's unfair of you to use that kind of language. But that's just me. But I'm hearing from other people too that these are your staff people that you are demeaning with that language. And I would suggest that you change it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. Mr. Wilcox? It was, I'm sorry, Dr. Joyner, Mr. Wilcox, and then Mayor Elicker on the queue. Dr. Joyner? If you haven't been called, please mute yourselves so that we don't hear the background noise. Thank you.
I'd like to get back to the facts and the science regarding these matters. And, I'm pretty well educated, but there are a whole lot of things I don't know, a lot of things. And one of the things that I do know is that it's better to be ignorant of a matter than half know it. And I wish I had said that, but a Greek philosopher, Cyrus, said it. And another English Enlightenment philosopher said, a little learning is a dangerous thing. And so I trust the people in this room who have expertise in public health, epidemiology, and medicine. Now, I don't trust all of the medical people I know, because the president had a person in his office, it was out of his field, but yet he was the chief advisor on COVID, and we see where that got us. But I certainly have a lot of trust in Dr. Dalal, Dr. Vasquez, and a phenomenal amount of trust in Director Maritza Bond, a person I've known since she was a child. I trust that they care about this community. They understand the ramifications of this disease and all of its iterations. I trust Dr. Tracy. I've known her for 40 some years, and I have never known her to willingly make a bad decision. I also trust the leadership of the mayor, who has a child in the public school system, a very young child in the public school system. And so I would hope that instead of us majoring in minors, that we would trust that they are making the right decisions. And the testimony tonight that really got me going was by Anthony Pellegrino, a young man I know who was a teacher at Connecticut Scholars and is now a nurse, who has worked in some cases double shifts in the midst of the COVID, but followed the protocol around mask wearing, distancing, hand washing, and so on and so forth. So the vaccine is just not the only thing. I also can understand why a building might be safer in one context and not in another. And I applaud the decision to close the 2 schools. I didn't say this to get into any adverse relationships with anybody. I said this simply because I believe that in order for us to struggle ourselves out of this mess, that we're going to have to cooperate with each other, we're going to have to trust each other, and we're going to have to understand that there are a lot of matters regarding this that we're ignorant of as policymakers, and that we have no choice but to trust the people that have never given us a reason to distrust them. That's all I have to say.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Mr. Wilcox?
Thank you, President Rivera. And I also want to thank all the people on this call. I want to thank my colleagues. I appreciate the comments that people are making, and I am listening to them. I also definitely want to thank our public health folks that are on the call here as well. You're dealing with impossible challenges. So I do appreciate that. You're also going to be dealing with the implications of this because as people on the call have talked about, the worry about hospital rates and things like that, I'm sure there's probably nobody on this call more aware of what the New Haven rates are on these issues because in other venues, I'm sure you're discussing those implications as far as hospitalization and healthcare and so on. So I do appreciate that. One thing I have a couple quick questions here. One is, am I correct in assuming, and I can understand that people don't want to make newsworthy statements without the data in front of them, but I'm interpreting the hesitation on how long it'll take to roll out a vaccine based on the number of vaccines available to mean, and the number of people in phase 1B, which includes everybody over 75, which I think is about 8% of New Haven population, as well as all the other folks that you all were talking about. I'm hearing that we could be dealing with months to vaccinate. And I'm also hearing that if there is thousands and thousands of people, I mean, we're talking about adding 4,000 plus of our own workforce into this mix. If there's thousands of people and a minimal, not enough vaccinations, I could also see where we're going to have situations where people will be going through the process, they're eligible, they're signing up, but it still might be some time before they're able to, based on the vaccine. So if I'm incorrect, I would appreciate it if someone would correct me on that. But if it was a matter of days, weeks, I would think that we would have been told that very clearly. One question I have for Dr. Tracy or the staff that I haven't heard yet is, I understand you all have been talking to parents and planning as to who would be coming back. Do you have a sense of the numbers of the students we're talking about that are going to be coming back into these buildings on the 19th?
Yes. The schools have been doing this. Go ahead.
Yeah, each school, so we conducted our surveys back in October. And those numbers came out around the same split as previously, around 60-40 returning for in-person. All changes are being made at the school level for parents if they're changing their current decision from October. They're notifying the school, and then they're making the changes within our Power School system. The principals are notifying their principal supervisors if they feel there is an issue or concern with creating another space for students if a class is considered to be larger than what the CDC guidelines are restricting us to as far as social distancing.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just say that while I deeply respect the organized parent groups in town, I also respect the large number of parents that are willing to make this decision. I also appreciate the willingness of the administration to adjust their plans. I note that the decision was made to push off the November 9th opening based on the conditions on the ground in New Haven and preparations. I note that it wasn't simply just pushed off to a quick date in the future, but that those discussions between our administration and the health department officials continued. I also see the proof that I heard, maybe I heard incorrectly, Dr. Tracy say that if a school wasn't ready, she wasn't going to open a school. And we have indication that 2 schools are not ready and they will not open. And in fact, there's other issues that have been found through this process. So I do appreciate that the administration and the health department has been willing to show that they mean what they say. And I guess I'm asking directly is if things aren't ready for the 19th, if local conditions change, will this Dr. Tracy or Director Bond, will you use your authority to push off the date or pull the plug entirely?
Absolutely. We continue to monitor the cases daily and the situation, and we will continue to convene to ensure that the readiness for the 19th we're fully there, and so that we will continue to do that. And I want to thank you, Mr. Wilcox, for your comments this evening.
Thank you. So those I think are my, you all have answered my questions, and I continue to have faith in what the superintendent and the director are indicating, is that if things aren't ready, they're not going to let them open, just like they've proven several times over the last several months. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mayor Elicker and then Mr. Conaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to respond to a couple of things. First of all, Mr. Goldson highlighted that someone, a staff member, tested positive and did not hear from the schools or the city, and that concerns me. And if there's an issue there, we definitely want to know about it right away. Director Bond put the contact information in the chat, and that person, Mr. Goldson, if you could communicate to that person that they should feel free to contact me directly if they're willing to do so. We want to identify that problem. That's not what I've seen with every other staff member, but if there's any issue, we want to know about it. I wanted to highlight just 2 things, or respond to 2 things. One, Mr. Wilcox highlighted something that I think is important to note. We've changed based on a lot of new information what the recommendation is. In November, we were going towards hybrid for all ages, but as information becomes more clear, the evidence becomes more clear, we have to adapt. And what Dr. Tracy's implementing is based on evidence, and change the proposal or the direction so that younger children, because of that evidence, would go to in-person learning and not older children. So it just underscores, again, that we're doing everything we can to adapt to the information available and make the best decisions for the children and staff members. I mean, my God, my daughter's 6 and she will be going to in-person learning. I care deeply for my daughter. I care for her teachers. I see her interacting with them. I'd never ask anyone to do something that I didn't feel was safe. And I also, Dr. Jackson raised, I think, really important question that I've heard a lot over the past week or so about, why don't we just wait until everyone gets vaccinated? And Mr. Wilcox is absolutely right. It could be months. It could be months before everyone gets vaccinated. And if the evidence indicated that in-person learning for younger children were high risk, we should absolutely wait those months. But the evidence does not indicate that. The strong and increasing evidence indicates that for young children, going to in-person learning is low risk. And so that's why I think this is the right decision to make.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker. Mr. Conaway? You're muted, Mr. Conaway.
So I would like to hear more about VAMS. Is that VAMS? Is that it, Dr. Bond? VAMS? So does that give teachers more opportunities to get vaccinated?
So currently, because the vaccines, am I muted or am I unmuted?
You're
Oh,
good.
sorry.
We can hear you.
You can hear me. Because the vaccinations are being administered at the federal level and we have to go through these different phases, we are required to use the VAM system, which is a portal where employees per the different phases that are approved. So phase 1A was healthcare providers, first medical responders, employers uploaded those rosters, they get vetted and approved, and then employees then get a link to register and pick a site that is closest to their zip code. They get, you are even asked like, what's the longest driving distance you're willing to drive? And then it expands the availability of testing sites within Connecticut. So you're not limited to just what's available at your place of employer, but you can, if you live in a different town, you can select something closer. So now that phase 1B is being activated, the different groups that have been identified, employers need to upload the roster and or those that are over 75 will be enrolling through 211, or if they're tech savvy can register themselves individually. However, employers will follow the same system where rosters get uploaded and the same activation will happen and individuals will need to register or opt out. So some individuals may be in a roster that are eligible, but they may not ever activate that link because they do not want to get vaccinated at this time.
And then my next question is, how long is it before those bus aids are going to be available? Because I heard Dr. Tracy, you said that's going to take some time. How long is that going to take? Because we're talking about starting school in 8 days. We're talking about a day.
I was referring to the past when we were talking about, remember when we said we could not find bus monitors? And I said it also takes time to vet them and to make sure we do background checks. So Lisa and her team have been working on that relentlessly.
Okay. You think we're going to be ready in 8 days?
Yes.
Because we're proposing to open in 8 days. And then
yes.
Yeah, then my last question was what Dr. Jackson proposed about the vaccines, but I guess that was answered. So it was bus monitors, VAMs, and the vaccine. Those are the things that I was concerned about.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Mr. Goldson.
Thank you, Madam President. Couple of points. Dr. Jackson is an expert. I follow her. I listen to her. She called this thing long before any of us were even aware of it. I remember she was running around saying this thing is dangerous. We better get ourselves together. And I thought she was I thought she actually had gone crazy. Really, this COVID thing. I mean, she was out there. So I trust her advice on this. Secondly, I heard a comment that from Dr. Tracy and from one of her staff people that nothing is perfect. But when we are talking about our children in particular, we better be damn near as close to perfect as anybody could get. I don't see us being there yet. The comment about how a little learning is dangerous, I bet that didn't come from a poor person. That came from someone who was holding the power and didn't want other people to understand how they could get the power. That is not how I see this whole thing. I may not be an expert in education or health, but I do know how to read the signs, read the evidence. I predicted a while ago at this board meeting that there was going to be a second wave, and there was a second wave. Just when we said it was going to be based on science and based on history. You don't have to be an expert to see a truck coming at you at 90 miles an hour. You just have to have eyes. And we saw this coming a long time ago. I don't think the buses are going to be ready. I don't see how it could be. I haven't even seen any evidence that this lottery for those 2 closed schools has been done yet. And we're talking about opening schools in 8 days. And how are those kids going to know what schools they're going to and what buses they're going to catch and so on? I don't know how we're ready. In light of that, I'm going to make a resolution that obviously is going to be shut down. But I think that we should not reopen schools until this board meets again, listens to the advice of staff and health experts, and votes to open schools. It could be a week, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 6 months. I don't know what that date is going to be, but I'll know when we're ready. And certainly vaccinations is probably the red line for me. Having those bus monitors in place and ready to go is a red line for me. I don't feel comfortable, so I'm making that resolution. Thank you, Madam President.
What's your resolution?
My resolution is to not open schools until the board meets again and approves an reopening plan from the administration.
When is next board?
Hold on, Mr. Conway.
We can have special meetings. We have special meetings all the time. The board president asked us to put a special meeting today to talk about that report from the lawyer that exonerated me, from our lawyer. So we could have a special meeting whenever the president suggests we could have a special meeting. And this is certainly more important than that issue. So I don't see how that will be a problem having a meeting.
Madam President.
Dr. Tracy.
Let me
hold on, because this item is not up for a vote. So this would have to be.
Wait a minute, Madam President. Point of order.
An amendment to the agenda.
Point of order, Madam President. That is not true. This item is on the agenda. We are discussing school opening. So we have the right to make a motion from the floor on an item that is listed on the agenda. That is clear. That is clear. And I would suggest you don't make any more mistakes around this. That report we just got back from the lawyer was clear about the mistakes that this board is making around parliamentary procedure and fairness. So you can ask Mr. Alexiadis. I'm sure he's going to back this because he knows that it's correct. If there's an item on the agenda, it is an item on the agenda that you put on, by the way, that you put on, by the way, Madam President. I suggested that we have a vote to put it on. You didn't want to do that. You said, I'm just adding it to the agenda. So it's on the agenda, it was a motion made, and it was seconded. Thank you, Madam President.
Attorney Alexiadis, would you clarify that, please? You're muted. You're muted.
The agenda states that this item is for information only.
And so.
I'm sorry, but the president can't do that. The president can't put him on an item on the agenda and say that we can only have this discussion or we can only have this vote on it. She can't do that. If she puts it on the agenda, it's open. And Mr. Alexiadis, do you want to make that mistake again? Do you want to make a mistake again on parliamentary procedure? Because I'm already this close with that last decision that you made about this investigation of me that our lawyer said was illegal and ill-conceived.
Point of order.
So you could go ahead and try to do that again, but there's going to be consequences to the next time somebody does that.
What is your point of order, Mr. Conway? What is your point of order?
Just can we continue on the direction we're on? So forget the side conversation.
What's the side conversation? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Conway.
I'm talking. Let him make his decision. We don't have to get all ugly like we're getting.
But look, I'm tired of us getting bad advice from our attorney.
You're out of order, Mr. Golden. Attorney Alexiadis, would you please
bad advice
clarify
is out
on
of
that
order.
position? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam President, I didn't hear what you said.
Just a clarification on whether this needs to be an amendment to the agenda
Point of
before we can
information.
actually vote on it. Mr. Wilcox, go ahead.
Is this the hesitancy of parliamentary procedure or because of FOIA? Because we have to live under both umbrellas.
I think it was
Attorney
parliamentary.
Alexiadis.
The question, I'm sorry, Madam President, was Mr. Wilcox's question directed towards me?
Yes.
So, under FOIA, an agenda must give fair notice of a matter to be discussed and acted upon. Given that this agenda specifically states information only, my recommendation would be to amend the agenda if you intended to vote on it.
Right,
Because
and that was
the agenda in many places says discussion and vote anticipated. Discussion and anticipated action.
Point of order, Madam President. Point of order, Madam President. Point of order. Madam President, you've already done this in the past. And a matter of fact, Mayor Elicker just a month or two ago asked for a motion on an item that was not, that the motion was not on the agenda, but the agenda listed the item for discussion. And you allowed that motion to go forward. And I told you that was going to bite you in the butt because you have been stopping me from doing that in the past. So this is, if you want to continue to get this bad advice, you go ahead. That's fine. I thought you would have learned your lesson from that last report.
Please continue, Attorney Alexiadis.
So as the board members will recall, the board has made an effort over time to be more specific with the agendas, and in response to prior controversies, to particularly identify which items would be voted on and which were not intended to be voted on. Otherwise, you could just list the topic under, for Freedom of Information Act purposes, just list the topic, and you can then do, as long as the topic's on the agenda, you can do whatever you want. But here on this agenda, you have items specifically identified for votes, other items specifically identified for information only.
Madam President, point of order. Madam President, point of
Mr.
order.
Bolton.
Thank you. The Director of Freedom of Information has said to us repeatedly and told me again a few days ago that you don't have to be specific on the agenda as long as you list that the item is on the agenda. You don't have to list the entire name of the agenda. You don't even have to list the motion. All you have to say is that you're discussing, say, school opening. And then you can make a motion based on that agenda item. Now, this is getting ridiculous. So in the end of the day, Madam President, I want to make sure I understand this. At the end of the day, you have the right to decide what will single-handedly, what will be discussed, what will be voted on, and what won't be. Is that what you're suggesting? Because to suggest that because you put information only on there means that we can't make a motion on it.
You can make a motion. You have to amend the agenda to add.
No, you don't.
Add that if it says information only.
No, you don't, Madam President. No, you don't. But I'm making an objection to that. If you're ruling that he is correct, I'm making an objection to it. Let's vote on it, and then it'll be on the record that I can give the FOI tomorrow when I call them and state this point again. And I got to tell you, I'm getting very tired of your hand-picked legal advice, always making some silly ruling in your favor.
Mm-hmm.
Like the investigation you did on me, which our lawyer has now said, our outside lawyer has said was illegal.
This is not germane to the conversation. So
really, it is germane.
All right, so moving along, where were we on this conversation, Dr. Tracy?
No, I was saying that the information regarding the two schools is in the packet. That explains the process for those two schools. When will their lot will be held?
Point of order, Madam President. I made a motion and it was seconded. If you don't want,
what was the motion, Mr. Bolton?
That we don't open schools until we reconvene with the administration.
Right, and the conversation was around the fact that we need to amend the agenda to add.
You're saying it's out of order. You're saying it's out of order.
It's out of order.
So I am now appealing your order, your ruling. We've been through this before. This shouldn't be something that you need to look up anymore. We've been through this several times. I'm appealing your ruling. Now you have to have
Is
a
there- Is
vote.
there a second to the appeal?
Second.
Okay, there's a second to the appeal. The item is debatable, but it does have limits. No member is allowed to speak more than once except the chair, who speaks first to defend the ruling and then may speak at the end immediately before the vote. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Wilcox,
Larry raised his hand. Larry raised his
Mr. Conway?
I just have a point of clarification. What are we're voting on the
He's
appeal?
appealing my decision, right, that we need to amend the agenda in order to add the resolution.
What does a yes vote mean and what does a no vote mean?
So an affirmative vote, so we're voting on whether we're sustaining my decision. So an affirmative vote would mean that my decision is sustained. Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Goldson,
No.
Dr. Jackson. Dr. Jackson,
no.
Mr. Conway,
No.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Mr. Fiore is no longer with us. Ms. Aruna,
Yes, I would appreciate more discussion on the topic.
So you have to vote.
That's a no.
Oh, I'm sorry, no is the vote, sorry.
and I am a yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's just a majority vote, which means that the chair's decision has been sustained. So we need to amend the agenda if we're going to put that resolution on the agenda and we're going to vote on it.
Madam President, I move to amend the agenda to add the resolution.
Second.
Motion's been properly seconded. For this one, I believe you need a 2/3 vote. So you need 5 votes. And any discussion? I don't think we have discussion on this one.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask Attorney Alexiadis a question?
Yes, Tony Alexiadis.
So with parliamentary procedures, now it seems like it's just a culture around our agenda, but we should be able to make a motion and not have to add it to the agenda. Am I correct? Because what you're saying is what our agendas usually look like, but I think that that's just the culture of our agendas. And according to parliamentary procedures, we should be able to debate and make motions on what we're discussing. It doesn't have to be an agenda item. I've never seen that. I've never seen organizations have to keep adding stuff to the agenda. This does not seem correct.
You're muted, Tony Alexiadis. You're muted. Mr.
Okay.
Goldson, please do not speak unless called upon by the chair. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't know my mic was open. Sorry about that.
So we have two different things, a couple of different things going on. One is under freedom of information is primarily a notice issue. Is the topic, give notice to the public that it's going to be discussed and possibly acted on. Here, here we have a specific agenda item that says information only. So now if you're going to vote on it, then the chair ruled that it was appropriate to amend the agenda because that agenda item did not say anything of, actually said to the contrary of voting on it. So yes, Dr. MacArthur, excuse me, is that ordinarily, if there's a topic for discussion and then a related motion could follow from that. But here we have here the agenda is very specific on this point, which makes it different.
So in Robert's Rules of Orders, it it limits debate and action just because it's an FYI. I don't see that in there.
No. The FOI is.
I mean FYI, not FOI.
FOI.
I'm sorry. I'm getting mixed up with all these initials. Information only. That's what I'm saying. I don't see that in Robert's rules because I've looked for that. So I'm just saying this seems like it's cultural to our agendas, but it actually is not in Robert's rule.
Well, you have a bylaw where it says the president sets the agenda in consultation with the superintendent. So that's where, you know,
No,
where
I'm talking about discussion around like what she has on the agenda. That doesn't limit discussion, nor does it limit what we can do. Or else she would be, you know, the czar, you know, all powerful God. You know what I mean? She doesn't limit those rights that we have as part of this body. And that's what I feel like you're saying.
Well, my suggestion or my advice to the chair was you had a specific agenda item that said information only. Okay? And so that if you wanted to proceed to vote on that issue, then the better approach would be to amend the agenda.
The better approach, but you don't have to, because Robert's rules doesn't speak to that, doesn't say that.
But
that's all I'm at. That's all I want to get clarification. That's all. I'm just saying that Robert's rules does not direct us to do that. And I just, you know, I don't.
But we also have to follow FOIA, which is
So
one of the issues too.
If I may,
I think we're wrong.
The chair ruled on the procedure, and the chair's ruling was sustained. So, Dr. Jackson, are you suggesting reconsideration of the?
I think what I'm suggesting is that we do the right thing. That's what I'm saying. I just want to make sure that we're following the right thing, and I don't believe that we had to add it to the agenda in order for us to make a motion on it. That's not in Robert's rule. Like we're able to do that, and we just are what happened is not, I don't think, what should have happened. That's all I'm saying. And you haven't answered my question. I will yield the floor, but you haven't answered my question. I think that we're wrong.
Mr. Wilcox?
So I think, just if no other reason, just to help move things along, if we could separate out what we do in the future from now on in future meetings and what we do right now with this particular motion, which is on the floor, which was a motion to amend the agenda. So we can get clarifications clearly as a board. In a retreat, we could all use some training on parliamentary procedures and how it relates with our bylaws and so on, with the FOIA requirements as well. But for the particular motion tonight, could we differentiate between what we do in the future, and we can ask that things be different in the future than what they are right now?
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Golson?
Thank you, Madam President. The president made a decision based on bad information. I'm sorry, and that's happened several times at this board now. Made a bad decision. The superintendent made a bad decision about investigating me based on bad legal advice. And let me tell you how bad the advice is. Mr. Alexialis just quoted the bylaws, and he quoted them incorrectly. He said that the board chair sets the agenda in consultation with the superintendent. It says in consultation with fellow board members and the superintendent. That's what our bylaws say. So the fact that he left out a few words, was that intentional? Was it not intentional? Was it bad advice, or was it just incorrect advice? I don't know. But I know that this is not the first time this has happened.
Point of order.
I'm speaking on a motion.
Mr. Golson, you said point of order many times, and other people have waited for you to say your point of order. I'm asking for people to talk germane to the issue at hand. Is there a motion on the table to amend the agenda?
Yes, there is.
Is there a second?
Yes,
So let's talk about the content of that motion.
Any discussion on the motion we're about to vote on to amend the agenda? Mr. Golton?
We shouldn't even be debating this amending agenda. I will get evidence from FOI tomorrow. And I hope this will be the last time that this kind of decision is made based on bad information. I asked my fellow board members to support this. I don't understand why you wouldn't. I mean, just vote it down if you oppose it, but why not even have the discussion? Why not even have the vote? As our student so aptly said, she wants to hear more. She wants to hear the discussion. She probably even wants to participate in the discussion. I don't understand why we don't want to have it. What are we afraid of? So I would hope that that board members would support amending the agenda. 5 board members would support amending the agenda. We can have a discussion on this and have a vote and be done with it and move on. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Golton? Motion to amend the agenda?
I didn't know my mic was off. Yes.
Dr. Jackson? Dr. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Joyner?
No.
Mr. Conaway?
Yes.
Mayor Elicker?
No.
Mr. Wilcox?
No.
Mr. Fury is not here. Mr. Runa?
Yes.
And I am a no. So 1, 2, 3. So that motion fails. Okay, Dr. Tracy, please continue with your update.
That's important about what time is it?
I think your last one was, I mean, if you're moving on, it's the closures of the 2 schools.
It was like wrapped into so many other discussions. But yeah, so we talked about the challenges we've been saying we have with these 2 schools. At one point, when we had the special education students over by West Rock, we had to move them into the modular building because that was a part of the building that could sustain MERV 13 filter. And so we had moved those students into that section. With regard to West Rock, several groups have been here, and we were waiting to make sure we get connecting all of the reports together to see what really needs to happen for that school. We've had conversation with Director Bond, and they have gone out to the schools too. They've gone with the city's building inspector, if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, and they've been to different places with their team. So there's their report, and there's also the report from Fuss and O'Neill. We had Tony Walker and others, and Larry and others who have gone into those buildings for a walk to see what was going on. We have, and so that's one of the schools. That school was built in 19 and was used as a swing space for other schools. And for some reason, they had resurrected it and put a new roof on it, but no one had dealt with the ventilation system of that school. We also have Quinnipiac School, which is also one of those schools that was built in 1965. Now, they've done a number of things to bring it back up to a small magnet school. They have invested in a project through monies we get from the state. That's bonding grant to fix the playground, bring back the playground. There's been a lot, but also they too was not built with having an HVAC system because they had windows and they could have opened the windows when other things were going on. But Director Bond will say more about it because, again, not an expert. I'm just telling you the elevator piece that I know and go through. So Director Bond. Deal with West Rock first and then we...
Madam Chair, just if I may, is it all right if Dr. Dalal is able to pack it in for the night? Is his...
Dr. Vasquez.
And Dr. Vasquez.
Yes, I think it's okay. I think we asked all of the COVID-related questions around reopening,
Thank you, Dr.
so I
Delisle.
think that's okay.
President, Madam
Mr.
President,
Golton,
Dr. Bond's name is on the condemnation order, so
I wasn't
she's not leaving,
suggesting
is she?
Dr. Bond.
Okay.
she's still
Okay.
on.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, please proceed.
So good evening. So as Dr. Tracy noted, on December 1st, we conducted inspections of Quinnipiac School and West Rock Stream Academy by the building official, mechanical inspectors, sanitarians within the health department, and fire marshals to really determine the compliance of the Connecticut State Building Code as amended, and applicable reference in the standards as within the Connecticut General Statutes, along with the school reopening requirements that the CSDE had imposed in regards to this new safety standards that schools needed to adhere to. Upon that, we provided draft reports and recommendations of our assessment. We then also awaited the assessment results from Fuss and O'Neill. We recognized that these two buildings in particular had no ventilation system. They had no HVAC system. We had recommended, and we were trying to determine things that could have been repaired. We categorized them by high risk, medium risk, and low risk, and also had made recommendations about opening windows, for example, as an alternative. That was not conducive. We were trying to see if we can move some of the classrooms into the swing space. At West Rock, for example, Quinnipiac did not have windows to open. And so there were a number of safety issues that really deemed these two particular schools as unsafe structures. Given the level of the safety standards that these the schools need to have in place, we then deemed, and by we, I mean the building official and myself, deemed these two schools as unsafe structures, and the supporting reports are part of the end of the report are part of a public record at this juncture. They've been documented as the land record, so anyone can read these reports, and I believe they were also provided for you in your board packets.
Mr. Wilcox.
So I'm sure we're going to have a lot of questions about this overall, but I mean, just in terms of how we move forward for this evening, Dr. Tracy, can you and your staff provide to the board either through the finance and operations meeting or citywide stewardship or at the next board meeting, what process needs to be followed, what board actions need to be in place to ratify these decisions? I mean, obviously, you know, there's going to be a myriad of questions related to the buildings, questions related to maintenance and so on that I'm certainly don't think I see the people on the call tonight at 10:20 to get into that. But could you provide I noticed that you had a update on the closure, which can you just provide us more information in the future as to what the rest of the process is going to be to ratify these decisions and decommission, et cetera. Thank you.
Dr. Tracy.
No, I was saying thank you, Matt. So your question, Matt, is what is the next step in the process to ratify the decisions for decommissioning these two buildings, right?
Yes, I mean, I think it's personally, I think it's pretty clear people are acting within their authority currently, but I also want to make sure that we're doing all the processes we need to do. There's going to be a huge amount of implications to all this related to, I imagine, with the state, with the federal government and so on. If we could just have what the future timeline is going to be, because you've already provided some information and I've read information in the press as to how we're moving forward with the immediate issue of the children in these schools and the teachers and staff in these schools right now. But my question is more like what board actions are going to be required as we move forward with this to make sure everything is done correctly with all the state agencies and so on.
So let me ask, did Director Bond leave?
No, I'm still here.
In this process, because I've never been through one of these, so I'm just asking, in this process, does it need further board action if it's decommissioned by the city public health department? I'm just asking, I don't know.
I'm not an attorney, so I'm going to defer to legal advice. But when we do deem something unsafe and unstructured, there are instructions within the notice on further steps that can be taken
Okay.
within the order. So it is specific to notify the building official of any action that you would like to take if it's otherwise debatable about the unsafe structures of these two buildings.
And that's spelled out in the information that we shared in the board packet, right?
It's in the board packet of
Okay.
what the actions can be taken.
Thank you, Director Bond. Mr. Goldson?
Thank you, Madam President. I will have some questions related to this entire process. I think it's clear in the state statutes that at the end of the day, the board members, we may not be able to use the building for what we want to use it for, but the board is the body that makes the decision on how those buildings are used and what happens to them as surplus, whether they're sold, refitted to be used by us for some other activity or so on. If it's, of course, if the building department says it's safe to do those things that we may or may not want to do. But it's clear in the state statutes that the board members are responsible for buildings and what are done with them, and how they're used. But I do have, so I'm not going to ask those questions related to that I started off with earlier, like what is definition of condemned and so on. But what I will do is ask about this lottery and the process around that. Because as you know, my grandson is at West Rock. And we have questions. One, because I thought that I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, what I heard from you earlier this week was that those kids that want to do in class will be put in a lottery, and the kids that want to stay remote will stay remote, but they won't be put in that lottery. I don't understand the concept of that because they no longer have a school. If they decide that they want to go back to school in class as opposed to doing remote right now, how do you decide what school they go to? Why wouldn't that lottery be open to all of the students who are currently in those two schools? And what is the process for doing that lottery?
So I have I don't think they're on here at this time. They may have left. That was Marquella and Ms. Bonanno who work in the choice enrollment department. But from my understanding that you're correct, the ones who are currently in person, you're giving them a choice of the lottery because those are the parents who wanted them in person in the first place. Those that wanted remote, which many parents are saying they want the remote, they want to stay with their teacher, they stay with their current teachers. They will also get a chance at the major lottery that's coming up right up on our heels. And the choice departments, they will get first preference in the lottery, those students who are remote. Because we're not the ones who want them, it's the parents who wanted them remote. Parents already articulated they do not want them in person.
But I don't understand. Why can't we just put them all in the lottery, and then when they're ready to go back to school in class, then they know what school they're going to? Why are you going to force them to go to a bigger lottery that has more folks in it? Why can't they be in this small pool of kids who are in this special lottery? It doesn't make sense to me to say, well, I mean, it's almost like punishment. If you don't go to in class now, you're not going to get the opportunity to be in this smaller lottery. That doesn't seem fair. Why can't they stay with their teachers right now when they're ready to go in class? I'm asking a question.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Joyner, what is your point of order?
I want to clarify some misinformation, and I also want to clarify.
Madam President, that's not a point of order, Madam President. If he wants to clarify, he can wait till his turn. I can finish my question.
May I be finished? May I be permitted to finish?
Yes, what is your point of order?
Point of order is that there's a clear delineation between our responsibility as a policy-making organization and Dr. Tracy's authority as an executive.
I'm asking a question, Madam President.
And by specifying how she would conduct executive functions within the school, really, could I finish, Madam Chair?
No, he can't finish.
Dr. Joyner.
Could I finish without interrupting? Thank you. By doing what the road we're going down now is not even a blur of distinction. It really is basically telling her specifically how she should manage this, as opposed to sticking to our authority as a policymaking body. And before the end of the night, I would like to clarify some misinformation about who owns the school building.
Madam President,
we can do that after, but your point of order is well taken,
of course
Dr.
it is.
Joyner.
Madam President, I'm asking a question. I asked a question about the lottery. I asked her
questions.
Okay, I will ask it again. Why do these children who have decided to stay remotely are not allowed to participate in the same lottery that their classmates are having, that have decided to go in class? What is the reasoning behind that?
Marquel and Michelle.
Marquel and Michelle. But I also want to say and make it clear, this is an operational decision. I believe I was hired to make operational decisions for the school system. If I make bad decisions, then I get evaluated on my bad decisions. This every turn, the operational decisions are being questioned. Every turn.
That is ridiculous.
No, I was making
Mr. Golden, you're out of order.
Decisions. When I get up in the morning at 4 o'clock and call that the buses will not go because we are taking a snow day, we make that decision because it's operational. I rest my case. Ms. Michelle Bonanno.
Madam President, I still have the floor. Madam President, I still have the floor.
Please allow them to answer the question, though. You asked the question, they're going to answer.
Okay.
Ms. Bonanno is going to answer the question.
Sure. So actually, myself and Mr. Middleton are on the line this evening. So good evening, everybody. So Mr. Golden, just to clarify, your question is, why aren't we allowing all students who want to stay remote and go in person in the same mini lottery? I want to clarify the question.
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. So there are a couple of reasons why that is the case. I'm going to defer to Mr. Middleton to answer first, and then I'll add if necessary.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm just glad you can't see me because I'm laying down.
Okay. Thanks for taking the call.
No problem. So to answer Mr. Goldson's question, our rationale behind not having everyone in the lottery, and even if you want to stay remote and not going into this lottery, really comes down to the number of available seats. It's the middle of the year, so we have kids constantly coming in. And we're pushing the limits at some schools, particularly our inter-district schools, where we changed the marker of number of seats for New Haven. We're still packing kids in there if they're zoned for that school and trying to make space. We believe that there will be more seats potentially available in the larger lottery. And we do want to stress that the fact that for a student that is going to stay remote now and go into the larger lottery, they still will get that preference. They'll be among those first students placed because we know their school is closing, and they'll be placed when those first students will be placed. Does that answer the question?
And I just do want to add though to that response. So we are, and we've said this on the parent meetings, and we're being very clear and transparent about this. The seat declarations for the mini lottery will be taken into consideration with who is returning to each building and where we can maintain 6-foot distancing. So because of the COVID restrictions we have, our normal class size cannot apply because we have other conditions that are happening here regarding how many students are returning in a certain classroom in a certain school. And so at this time, the seats are more limited for the mini lottery, but we are offering it because we understand that parents need a choice to go back to in-person learning this year. But we do expect to be able to open the regular amount of seats, assuming that the pandemic will be much more under control by September, for the upcoming lottery, where those children will get a priority and be placed before anybody else who is applying to school next year.
When is this lottery going to occur?
So the application came out on January 11th. It is due back to the Office of Choice and Enrollment on January 15th. Parents will be notified by January 29th. No, January 22nd, Markwell. Sorry, I don't know off the top of my head.
That's
Yes,
the
22nd. They will have to accept their placement by the 29th, and they will begin in-person learning in their new school by February 17th. And that is because we will need time to set up the transportation routes and all of the the onboarding that will need to occur in the new school for those families.
What if a student is in class and the parents decide a month from now that they're not comfortable with what's going on with COVID and want to switch their kids to remote learning? How is that? Are they allowed to do that?
Yes, in their new school. So once a parent accepts placement as part of the mini lottery, that then becomes their permanent school. And so a parent will be allowed to switch between models within that school. We will not allow parents to go back to the teacher at West Rock or Quinnipiac that they may have enjoyed remote learning with. Once they accept placement in a new school, then all of that change will occur in their new building.
Terrific. So the applications are available online?
Yes.
Okay.
So they are available online, and you can get them individually from each of your schools, but they are available on nhps.net.
And how can they get them from the schools?
And we sent I'm sorry, this is Mr. Middleton. We sent the link via the principals. We wanted to make sure that communication was a top priority. So each of the parents at each of the schools got the link via parent link from their principal, as well as with the options to do that. We also
they can't go to the school and pick up an application. Is that correct?
No, it's a web-based application.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much for your information.
But we do want to make it very clear that we are making ourselves available at any time a parent needs help with the application. We have the application posted in English and Spanish, but we'll make it available if anybody needs a different translation. We've tried to be as accommodating as possible. And I have to say and give credit to Mr. Middleton and his staff that we have gotten very nice comments back from parents in a time that we know is extremely difficult. And so we are not taking that lightly.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Bonanno, Mr. Middleton. Mr. Wilcox, did you have your hand up? Okay. Okay, Dr. Tracy.
Hold up, say it again.
What did that? Did this?
No.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Ms. Hannons.
They had muted me. I think that ends my presentation.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I don't have anything for a president's report today, so we'll move on to finance and operations report.
I have a question, Madam President. I want to make sure I understood something that you said earlier. Did you say that you were going to ask for a special meeting to review that documentation that came from our attorney today regarding the illegality of that investigation? I mean, okay, when is that going to occur?
Well, I asked that you all send me your dates that are not going to work. So I would like to schedule that within the next week or so.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Finance and operations, Mr. Wilcox.
And Madam Chair, if there's no health-related items, can Director Bond go home for the night?
Dr. Tracy, are you okay with with having Director Bond leave?
Thank you, Director Bond. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Stay safe, everyone.
Thanks, Director
Bond.
Thank you. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wilcox, finance and operations.
I'll be as brief as I can, seeing the late hour. A couple things though. Finance and Operations Committee met as we typically do on schedule. One thing I want to bring to the board's attention, we did have a discussion about the food service financial update. At our next meeting on Monday, we will have full information, including a detailed budget report from Mr. Gormany on the city side with the details of the financials. He did say that it does look like we are about $4 million over budget in that on the food service financials, but we'll have the full information, including the report at the F&O meeting, and then available for the full board after that at our next board meeting. I will also say we have listed on our agenda 2 abstracts and 3 agreements. We've had the request to withdraw agreement number 3. They're still working out something with Ms. Rodriguez. I apologize for not remembering her rank in the military, but they're working out some details with that. So they're withdrawing that. So what I would like to pass on to the board is that we approve the 2 abstracts and agreements numbers 1 and 2. That would be with the Alliance Children's Theater and with Mr. Jose Salah Jr.
Second. Any discussion? See no discussion. Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Goldson. Mr. Goldson,
You're muted. You're muted.
All right, I'll skip it for the
Yes,
minute. Mr.
yes, yes.
Okay, Mr. Goldson. Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson, is she here?
Yes.
Dr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Conway,
Yes.
students are gone. I'm a yes. That item passes. Head Start report, Mr. Wilcox.
All I have to say is that our next meeting is on January 21st.
Thank you. Governance report, Dr. Jackson.
Nothing to vote on, just that the SRO committee should be having something for us soon. And hopefully at our next meeting, I'll also have, yeah, that's it. Nothing to vote on. It's the SRO stuff.
Okay.
When they give us the recommendations, Madam President, will I be able to get time for them to do a presentation of their recommendation?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Teaching and learning, Mr. Conway and Dr. Joyner.
In the interest of time and sanity, I will move my report to the next meeting, but I do want to give a shout out to Ms. Velasquez, who is a superstar, and the principals that presented at the last meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Mr. Conway, Food Service Task Group.
Let me just ditto what Dr. Joyner said about the last meeting. So, yeah, that was great. And she's doing a wonderful job. She's also doing a wonderful job in this courageous conversation that we have to be on the phone at 9 o'clock tomorrow. You think we'll get out of here by 12? But anyway, I have no food service task group meeting. Our next meeting is the 13th of actually in a couple days. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have a report for facility naming. However, citywide school building stewardship, our next meeting is January 14th, and we will include discussion regarding the West Rock and Quinnipiac school closures.
I have a question, Madam President.
Mm-hmm.
For the
Dr.
school
Jackson?
naming, when are we going to start the school naming process for the formerly named Columbus School? Because they're like unnamed. Is there a timeline for that?
Yeah, I'm gonna re-familiarize myself with the new policy that we just passed a little bit before the holidays, and then we could start discussions on that.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Mr. Goldson,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
We.
Dr. Jackson. Dr. Jackson.
Yes, good night, everybody.
Good night, Mr. Conway.
Yes, and good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night. And I'm a yes. Good night, everyone.